wanna stay and behold your glory, Lord. And now that my eyes have seen your light, I just wanna stay and behold your glory, Lord. Holy is he. I could not believe my eyes, how he's purified my life. Holy is he. And all I can say is, holy is he. Holy is he. Holy is he. Holy, and all I can say is, and all I can say is,
day here. So get yourself comfortable, be relaxed, be open, and it's just going to be a good day. Amen. There's a few people I would like to just welcome and just honor them a little bit. In a few moments, we'll have Dr. Freddie Cardoza will be here. He will be here in just a little while, but we have some other folks that I feel like we just need to honor a little bit. One of those is Rob Newfer. I believe he's here. He's the director of admissions for us. Dr. Lambert will be here in just a few moments. He has an appointment, but he'll be here in a few moments. But Laura Sanders and then Adriana both have helped put this together, so I am truly appreciative to both of those ladies. Absolutely. No recognition, so but very humble at heart, but they're great servants, they really are. But so Dr. Rock LaJoya, if you don't mind, I'm going to have you come forward, and but I would like to pray for us today. And if there is anything that anyone needs this morning, please flag me down if you need anything, and I will help you out. But it is going to be a great day, and I'm excited. I'm a pastor by trade. That's actually what I do. And so for me, this is a double whammy. I get paid for being here, but then I get to learn. So it's great for me, right?
Yeah.
And so I love it. But hey, let me open us in a word of prayer, and then we will have Dr. LaJoya and then also Mr. McIntosh come up here. So, Father, we thank you for this day. Lord, may you open our hearts. May you open our minds. May we have the distractions of the world just to leave us today, Father. And may the words that you want to speak, may it be pleasing to us. May we just have a humble and open attitude today, Father, for your Holy Spirit to speak to us. Lord, this day is all about you. We give you the praise, we give you the honor, and we give you the glory forever, Lord. It's in Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen. One more thing. If you do not have one of these books in front of you, Laura can help you get that book. I think everybody does. So, all right.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have the privilege to introduce my dear friend, Dr. Gary McIntosh. He's been here, how many times have you taught for us? 11 times. Now, those who are DMIN students, you know it takes 8 courses to get your degree. So hasn't he earned a degree? I got to give him some honorary degree of some kind here. But I'm thinking about the concentration, maybe in perseverance or something like that. I don't know, yeah. Yeah. Now, and this is my opinion, okay, but he's a national treasure. In fact, I have read his books when I was in seminary. It was me and D.L. Moody and Billy Sunday on my left, and we all sat together and read his books. So the point is, when I want to do a little research because I want to give you just some of his background here, I had to edit quite a bit because it might overflow into a sermon. And you wouldn't want a sermon for me because I'm in the habit of taking an offering right after the sermon. So I'm just going to give you the edited version. This is the Reader's Digest, okay? Dr. Gary L. McIntosh is Distinguished Affiliate Professor of Christian Ministry and Leadership at Talbot School of Theology, Biola University, where he teaches courses in the field of pastoral theology and North American missiology. And he has 42 years of experience consulting nonprofit organizations, coaching of leaders, and seminar presentations. Through the Church Growth Network, Gary has analyzed over, and I'm sure it's more than this now, this is an old stat, over 1,200 churches representing some 90-plus denominations throughout the U.S., Canada, Australia, and Southeast Asia. And Dr. McIntosh has written 28 books. I assume this is the 28th now, this current one. Okay, he's doing a calculation there, yeah. Lots of articles have appeared in numerous publications. There is a book table right out here if you're interested. Please, you can see Laura back there. There she is. We're featuring Laura once again. Right there, yeah. Dr. McIntosh has received several awards, most recently the Win Arn Lifetime Achievement Award from the Great Commission Research Network and the Lifetime Achievement Award from Church Leader Insights. Now, I know for a fact, because I was talking to him the other day about this, for fun, he likes to read biographies, and one of his favorites, if not your very favorite, you tell me, is Theodore Roosevelt. Sort of a hero of yours, I take it, yeah. So I was picking his brain the other day. I got a whole history course all over again, all the things I forgot when I was in grade school. It was great. So for example, Theodore Roosevelt, and correct me if I'm wrong, was really the president that sort of made us a world power in the eyes of the rest of the world, at least militarily, am I right? And many, many more facts. Come see me later. Better yet, come see him. He knows more than I do. But I think that's pretty neat. So with that said, maybe I should give you a Rough Rider Award as well for being such a great friend. And just so you know, and you've been here a long time, teaching these classes. I hear this on a regular basis. The students absolutely love your teaching. They love your spirit and your heart. Thanks for being a servant of God. Blessings. Hope we have you many more years, God willing. Let's give them a hand. Thanks for being here.
Good to be with you today and to share just a little bit of time with you this morning. They gave me 2 topics today. One topic is about welcoming guests to church, and the other topic is about leadership development. Now, leadership development is such an easy topic that they only gave me 40 minutes this afternoon to talk about that. So, as you can know, we won't be able to cover a whole lot, but we'll do a little bit. And even for welcoming people to the church, that's a big subject. And so I've had to take just a little bit of what would be a normal, like an 8-hour training session, just a little bit to kind of talk about this morning. But you got some notes there in your packet or right in front of you. And so I thought we would start with this. The principle is that people stay where they feel they belong. People stay where they feel they belong. Let me just share with you a little bit of my story as to why this is important to me. I've kind of focused some of my writing and my research on the whole aspect of welcoming people to church. And part of that is because of my personal history. My mother and father got a divorce when I was about 1 year old. And I didn't know what, at that time, being just a little baby, I didn't know what was going on. But as I grew up, my parents, my mother, my grandmother began to share with me some of the things that happened to them during that period of time. They moved from Oklahoma. My family had been born and raised in the Tulsa area of Oklahoma. My mom and dad met in high school and got married and during World War II. And then, unfortunately, after I was born, about a year later, they ended up getting a divorce. And in those days, you're a young 24-year-old divorcee. What do? Well, you go live with your mother, and they did. My mother did. And then they had a fire and lost everything in a fire. And they ended up moving to Colorado Springs, Colorado. Now, my grandmother and my mother had grown up in an era when they were at church every time the doors of the church were open. That's the way people did things back in that day. And so when they moved to Colorado Springs, Colorado, they naturally wanted to find a church. But in those days, 1948, going to a Baptist church in Colorado Springs, Colorado, they were not well accepted. A 24-year-old divorcee with a 1-year-old baby was not acceptable in that particular Baptist church. And they felt that shunning that was there, and they were hurt badly, and they left the church. And I'm sad to say they never, in the rest of their lives, ever went to church again. Kind of a dramatic story in a way, but I grew up hearing that story from them, that Gary, we loved the Lord, we knew Christ, we had always been in church our entire life, and then when we got here and we went to the church, they wouldn't accept us, and we didn't feel like we belonged, and they were so hurt that they never went to church again. So consequently, I was not raised in church as a young child, and through a series of events, I met a neighbor who invited me to church, and I heard about Christ and came to know Christ when I was 14. But in my life, remembering that, how that had impacted my family because they had not been welcomed in that particular church, and how that had driven them away emotionally from the church, literally for the rest of their lives. And so that's always been important to me, to kind of study and research how it is that people are connected to a church and welcomed in a church. And so that's driven a lot of my research. What I found, let's see here if I can go back here and get the right, there we go. It'll pop up here in a second. Yep. We will get it here in a minute. Technology is great when it works. There you go. So in a very simple way, what I've discovered over the years, that there's really 3 keys to helping people belong in a church. Key number 1 is that people need to find friends in a church. People need to find friends. Now, as a consultant, when I go to churches, I'll often have a group of people like we have today from the church in a room. And I'll be asking them questions about their church. And one question I always ask churches is, I'll say, tell me some good things about your church. Because people always want to tell me the bad things about the church, the weaknesses of the church, the struggles of the church. And so I'll say to them, tell me some good things about your church. And every church I'm in, it doesn't matter if it's a church of 50 or a church of 5,000. It doesn't matter if the church has been declining for 10 years or growing for 10 years. It doesn't matter if it's a Presbyterian church or a Grace Brethren church or a Church of God or Assembly of God or Baptist, doesn't matter. Everybody, every church will say this, Gary, we're a friendly church. I kid you not. Every single church will say that. We're a friendly church. Well, that's good. I mean, who would want to go to an unfriendly church, right? We all want to go to a friendly church. But the reality is that people are not looking for friendliness. What they're looking for is friends. And friendliness is important. If the church isn't friendly to start with, people sometimes don't connect. They don't come back. But ultimately, once they're there 3 or 4 weeks or 3 or 4 months, what they're really seeking is not friendliness, but they're looking for friends. And there's been a lot of research on this for like the last 50 years. And this is what we know from the research. If you can help people make 7 friends within the first 6 months, they'll probably stay with you for a long time. If you can help them make 7 friends in the first 6 months. Now, here's the opposite of that. If a person makes less than 2 friends in 6 months, they probably leave. So it's very important as we think about the whole welcoming system, the connecting system in our churches, to think through how can we not just be friendly on that first Sunday, have the coffee time, have the nice, sweet welcome. Everybody gives a handshake or a hug, and everybody talks to the new person. That's important. It really is important. But more important is we need to think through how can we help new people connect to people where they become friends. Now, that's a more difficult process. It's a more difficult step, and we have to think that through. If you've ever watched your kids with Legos, you have Legos and, the Legos have little buttons on them and you snap the little Legos together. Most people in our churches have the capacity to snap about 7 friends to themselves, and that's it. Now, some of your people are those kind of people who can make friends with a rock. Have you ever had anybody like that? That's their personality. They'll make friends with anybody. And some people have capacity to have multiple friends. But mostly people can make friends with maybe 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 or 9 people at the maximum. And that's it. So on their little Lego, they only have like 7 Lego buttons, maybe 8 buttons. And when friends are snapped on there, they have no more capacity to make more friends. So when you're in a church that's a smaller church or a church that's been pretty plateaued for a long time, what happens is the people in the church have developed such a close-knit relationship with each other. All of their little friendship buttons have somebody snapped on them. And then when the new person comes, they come in and we're friendly. We shake their hand. We give them a hug. We give them a cup of coffee. We give them a donut. But there's no capacity for people to snap onto each other and to make friends. And so what do we do about that? Well, the second key to holding people is that they need to have a place to belong. They need a place to belong. Now, a place to belong means that they need some kind of a group. Now, that group can be just about anything. It could be a Bible study. It could be a men's softball team. It could be a co-ed volleyball team. It could be a ladies' Bible study. It could be a quilting group. It could be a team that is a parking lot team. It could be the welcome team. But when people come into a church, not only are they looking for friends, but they're looking for a place to belong, a place where they can say, this is where I fit. Well, Bob, where do you fit in the church? Well, I'm a part of the parking lot team. And, every other week I come to church and I put on my vest and we have a word of prayer with the team, and then we go out in the parking lot, and our job is to smile and wave at people and help them come in. I'm a part of the parking lot team. So that person, that man named Bob, has got a group that he belongs to. Well, Mary, where do you belong? Well, I'm part of the security team. I come to church and no one knows what I'm doing, but I'm kind of walking the hallways and watching out to make sure that there's no strangers among the children's classes. And if I see somebody I don't know, I go up and I greet them and I kind of find out who they are. And my job is to, if there's somebody who looks suspicious, and I'm to call the head of the security team, and they come down and we kind of keep our kids protected. That's my team. That's my team. That's where I belong. So people need a place to belong. Now, think about this for a minute. The curiosity is that if you're in a group of people like that, in a team, where are you likely to make your friends? You're going to make your friends in that group. So, years ago, it used to be the Sunday school. Anybody remember the Sunday school? We used to always have Sunday schools. And the Sunday school class would be a group. We would direct people to the Sunday school, and they would be in the Sunday school, and that's where they would make their friends. That was their group. Now, today, we don't have Sunday schools like we used to, but there are other groups that we have. And what we need to do is when new people come, we need to think about how can we connect them to a group, because if we can connect them to a group, then that's where they're likely to make their friends. Now, the rub is, of course, is that these are new people. And sometimes as Christians, we say, well, we can't use the new people in that area. Well, let's think that through. Is there some entry-level positions in the church where you can use new people and not worry about the fact that they're new? Now, obviously, you're not going to have a new person that you've not vetted. You're not going to have them teaching doctrine to your kids in Sunday school. But perhaps they could be on the welcome team. Perhaps they could park cars. Perhaps they could make coffee. Perhaps they could hand out bulletins and programs. Perhaps they could be on the security team. Perhaps they could be people who are running around with their cell phones taking pictures that maybe could be uploaded to your social media site or something. Think through, where could we begin to take new people as they come in, and where could we put them into a group where they could begin to make friends and where they could connect. Now, if you'll notice this, the key number 3 is all related to this, and that is a new person needs to find a role or a task to do, something to do. So Bob, what's your group? Well, I'm on the parking lot team. And what's your role on the parking lot team? Well, I come every morning early and I put the signage up outside. We have these A-frame signs. It's my job to come early. I come in, get the signs, I take them out. I put, one sign out here on the corner and one sign out here by the parking lot, and another sign over there. That's my job, is I put the signs out. Well, Mary, what's your job? Well, I get here every morning about 7:30, and I get things ready for the security team. I put out our badges and I put out our assignments of where people are going to be in the church, and that's my job. So what happens is, if we can help new people make 7 friends, if we can help them find a place to belong, and if we can help them find a job, a task, a ministry to do, typically we will see them connected for a long time. Now, folks, this was the genius of the Sunday school. We used to, I know when I was growing up, we used to make fun of Sunday school classes. You know, we would have the Sunday school class that would be called the joy class. And in that class, they would elect a president of the class, a vice president of the class. They would have a sunshine chairman. Anybody remember what the sunshine chairman did? Anybody? Well, the sunshine chairman was the lady in the Sunday school class who would mail out a birthday card to everybody in the Sunday school class. We had the names and addresses of people, and they would mail out, every time a person had a birthday, they'd mail out a birthday card. Anytime anybody was sick or ill, they would mail out a card, you know, get well. That was the sunshine lady. And then there was always a person in the Sunday school class who got there early and made the coffee. And then there was always somebody in the Sunday school class who was the social chairman. And that person would organize, you know, we're going to go bowling on the third Tuesday of next month, or we're going to have a picnic at somebody's house, or, you know, we're going to do this, or we're going to do that. They would organize a social outing every month, you know. And I remember as a young person, we used to look at that and think, oh, that's so silly. Yeah. That's ridiculous, you know. Social chairman, sunshine chairman, you know, who needs to be a president of a Sunday school class? But folks, I'm here today to tell you with much more wisdom, that was genius. That was genius because it did exactly this. It did this. A person goes to Sunday school class, that's their group. What's your job? I'm the sunshine chairman. It's my job to send out cards to people. That's important when they have a birthday and when they're in the hospital. It's my job. My job to organize people to go visit them in the hospital. My job to organize the social events for the Sunday school class. What that did in that era is it provided for this. It provided connection for people. And the more we multiplied Sunday school classes, the more we were able to bring adults into the life of the church because they found connection with friends, a job to do, and a place to belong. Now, the last 20, 30, 40 years, the Sunday school has gradually declined, and churches have moved much more towards small group ministry. So now the small group has really superseded the Sunday school class for adults. And we need more of those small groups. And we need small groups that have a small group leader and an assistant leader, and maybe a person who calls everybody or emails everybody every week to remind them of the Sunday school, not the Sunday school, the small group meeting. Because we got to begin to think this way again. And in the various groups we have, like the security team, like the worship team, like the parking lot team, like the welcome team, we need to bring people in, and particularly new people into those places so they can connect like this. So you can begin to think about this. You know, how can we do this? How can we help people make 7 friends? How can we help them find a place to belong? And how can we help them find the task to do? If we can do that, it will go a long ways to helping people stay. Now, I know what you're saying. You're saying, well, what about doctrine? What about the preaching? Well, that's important too. But this is the 3 primary keys to holding people. Now, in the long term, to keep people for years and years and years, yes, other things come into play too. But we don't have time today to talk about all that. So we're going to keep moving. So people don't drift into belonging. They don't. If you just expect the new person who comes by themselves to connect, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Unless the person is a very outgoing, extroverted type of person, a gregarious person. If I come to your church and you don't invite me out for coffee, I'm going to invite you out for coffee. That's my personality. But most people aren't like that. Most people come, they're a little bit reticent to connect, if you don't take the effort to connect with them, they will just kind of sit there and eventually drift away. So we have to take some responsibility to connect people to the church. So what I want to do is to talk to you about the 12 moments of truth. Now, what is a moment of truth? A moment of truth is a moment when people who are not connected to your church, when they have some sort of a connection to your church. And a moment of truth is when they encounter your church. And it makes an impression upon them that becomes truthful to them at that particular moment. So to give you an example, when I was pastoring, we organized our people to go door to door around the neighborhood and just, knock on the door. Hi, I'm Gary from Grace Church, and we're just going around the neighborhood meeting people. And, have you heard of our church? Have you seen our church? Do you know anything about us? We would just enter into just conversation with people. And once we did that for a while, we'd always come back to the church and kind of debrief with each other. Well, what are you hearing? What are people in the neighborhood saying about our church? And we came back one time, and I remember this one couple who had been out talking to people in the neighborhood. They said, well, we were about 2 blocks away from the church, and this lady came to the door, and she stayed on the inside of the screen door. It was kind of like she was scared of us. She wouldn't open the screen door, but she talked to us through the screen door. And we said to her, well, we're from Grace Church. And she said, well, I've never heard of that church. Where is it? And they said, well, ma'am, if you'll just step outside for a minute, we'll show you. And so she opened the screen door and stepped outside. And they said, if you just look 2 blocks right down there, there's the church building. And she looked down the street and she said, I never remember seeing that church before. And they inquired how long she had lived there, and she said she had lived there 10 years. She had never seen that church before. Now, at that moment, she was encountering what I call a moment of truth. She was connecting with our church through that couple standing on the front porch. Now, imagine what would have happened if that couple would have said, oh, lady, that's so stupid. You've lived here 10 years. No doubt you've driven by that church multiple times. Now, would that have been a good moment of truth? It wouldn't have been, and I know it wouldn't have been. Terrible, terrible moment of truth. Fortunately, they were much more gracious than that. And they said, well, ma'am, I'm sure you've driven by that church before. We all do that. We drive down the street. We don't see things, but that's our church right down there. They ended up having a nice conversation with her. Now, that's a moment of truth. That's a moment of truth. She was engaging with our church on the front steps of her house. Now, here's the important thing. People generalize the moment of truth to the entire church. Otherwise, you can imagine if she's at her hairdresser 2 weeks later and they're talking and she says, oh, I had these people stop by the house the other day and they were so gracious. They were so nice. They're from that nice church, Grace Church down the street. Well, she doesn't know if we're a nice church or not. She hasn't even been there. But her impression is created by that moment of truth. Now, there's 12 moments of truth, I believe, that every newcomer encounters. And so let's walk through these. I'm going to walk through them systematically. And as I do, be thinking about your particular church. So in today's world, the first moment of truth that most people encounter nowadays is our website. Most people today do not come to a church without checking us out on the website. So, here's a good question. Does your website work? If it doesn't work, that's not a good moment of truth. someone clicks on a link and it comes up with a screen that says, unfinished, or this is in development, or something like that. Or even worse, if they look at the times of your worship service and it's not the right times. You've changed the time of your worship service. Or you've gone from one service to two services, but your site still says one service. But now you got two services with two different times. Is the information on the website correct? Does the website communicate? Now, a lot of our churches have websites. If you don't have a website, folks, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. Because not only do younger people look at the website, but older people do. Older people now are the baby boomers. You understand that? And the baby boomers are just as technically practical and use technology just as good as the younger people do. So everybody now is checking out your church before they come. The first visit to church is not when they walk in the door of your church. The first visit is when they look at your website. And your website better work, and it better look good, and it better grab their attention. If it doesn't, that is a moment of truth. It's creating an impression in the people's minds that they then extend to the entire church. So make sure your website looks good, make sure it's working, make sure it's got the right information. It needs to be updated every week, which is where I find churches really falling down. Things change weekly, but they don't update their sites weekly. Why? Because a lot of times we have volunteers doing it, right? And it's hard for the volunteers to always go in there and update it. Shouldn't be that hard, but work on it. Do the best you can with it. That's the first moment of truth. Second moment of truth, you may not even be engaged with, but that's the invitation to church. Most people come to church because they have an invitation to church. Someone they know invited them to church. How is that invitation given? How is that invitation, how does it appear to them? Is it gracious? Is it warm? We need to help our people learn how to give invitations to church. One of the best things we can do is to provide resources that our people can use. Brochures, business cards, anything they can hand to the other person and say, this is my church. I want to invite you to my church. The church I go to is a church that has grown dramatically in the last 13 years. It used to be a church of about 130. Now it's a church of multi-thousands. The way the pastor started getting people to give invitations was every single week he would print up a little business card, and on one side of the business card was a devotional thought that was usually connected to the theme of his message that Sunday. And they would hand those cards out 5, 10 at a time to the people as they were leaving the church. And with the encouragement to take these cards and invite somebody to church. So it was just a simple little tool that you're standing in line at Walmart and you reach into your purse or you reach into your pocket and you pull it out and you say, hey, I just want to invite you to my church. And you hand them a little business card with a little devotional thought on it. And the other side was information about where the church was located. Every single Sunday, there was a different card with a different devotional thought tied to that pastor's message. Now, that took some investment of money. It took time. The pastor had to think ahead. What am I going to be preaching on for the next 6 months or so? And because you just can't get those cards printed up overnight. Well, maybe nowadays you can. I don't know. Nowadays, perhaps you could. But he was thinking ahead. Here's the devotional thought. Here's the theme of my message. Here's the connection. Every single week, we were handed out these cards. And people would do it. They would do it. Sometimes you just say to your people, invite people to church, but how do I do that? I'm standing in line at Walmart, and how do I say to them, come to church? But it's much easier if I can just say, hey, here's a card. Want to invite you to my church. Anyway, it worked for our church for years. Now that we're a much larger church, he doesn't do that. Because once you reach a certain size level, it's almost like word of mouth kicks in and people know about the church. But when you're first getting started, you need to give your people tools. You need to talk to them about this. And I know you do this in many ways, but very important to give that invitation to church. Driving by the church is a moment of church, a truth. What do people see when they drive by the church? And what is it that real estate people call this? Curb appeal? Curb appeal. It is important. It is important. A number of years ago, I was on the board of a Christian school. This was in San Bernardino, California. And our Christian school was renting a church, but we were losing the lease on the church. This was a middle school, high school, and we needed to relocate. So the members of the board, we were all kind of scouring the city, looking for potential places that we could lease to relocate this Christian school. And I was in the north part of town. I was driving down the street, and I looked over at this church building, and it had a fence around the church. It was about 6 foot high. And inside the fence was the parking lot, and the parking lot had weeds growing out of the parking lot, literally 2 feet, maybe 3 feet tall. You know how blacktop gets cracks in it, and the weeds were growing up through that. And I'm driving down there, and I look over there, and I thought, kind of looks like it's abandoned. And so I parked, and I walked over, and the front gate was there, but it had a padlock on it. Couldn't even get in the gate to look at the building or look through the windows or anything. That's what I was trying to do. I wanted to peek in the windows. But it was a pretty large facility, and my first thought was, this church is closed. That was my very first thought. So I went home, and I did some research, found some phone numbers for the church, and I started calling. And I finally got a hold of somebody. And in my excitement about the potential possibility, maybe this place was for sale or at least for lease, on the phone, I said, hey, I was driving by your church today, and I noticed it was closed, and I just wondered if it was available for sale or for lease. And there was just silence on the other side of the line. And this lady says, well, I'll have you know our church is not closed. We're open every Sunday. And she starts chewing me out, And I said, ma'am, I'm sorry. I said, I was just driving down the street, and I saw the weeds and the padlock, and I just assumed it was closed, Now, that's an extreme example. That's a very true example. It was crazy, Now, the sad thing isn't that we couldn't lease that building. The sad thing, I got to thinking about how many people might have attended that church, but they drove down the street and had the exact same impression that I had, that it was closed. Now, most of our churches don't have that bad of a situation. But when people drive down the street, what do they see when they go by the church, when they see it? What do they see? What impressions do they have of the church? Now, anytime you go to a church and you're seeking to turn around the church that's been struggling for years, typically one of the first things you do is begin to go outside and beautify the grounds of the church. And that's a good thing to do. Beautifying the grounds of the church will not solve the problems of the church, but it does make a difference in terms of what people see, because it's a moment of truth. It's not just the curb appeal, it's what people sense and the impression they have of the entire church. So it's important that the curb appeal of the church looks good. And people will drive by before they come in. Okay. Next moment of truth is they drive into the parking lot and they park. Now they have to get out of the car and walk into the church. Now, of all of these moments of truth, this research has shown that this is the scariest moment for a newcomer. Imagine that you haven't been to church for many years. Hard for you to imagine, I know, but try and do that. You haven't been to church for many years. And now you get up the courage to go. Someone's invited you. You've looked at the church on the website. It doesn't look too bad. You know, you looked at a clip of the pastor preaching. You saw people congregating in worship and fellowship, and you thought, hey, this looks okay. I think I'll give it a try. And so the website, you looked at, the dress code and everything, so you're ready to go. And you drive to the church, and you're a little bit not sure, but then you park the car, and now you got to get out of the car and walk in the building. That's, for newcomers, that's a key point in time. I was at a church, this is probably over a decade ago now, but I was talking about some of this, and afterwards, in the coffee time, a man came up to me, and he said, Gary, he says, that was me. And I said, what was you? He says, that was me. He said, I left church when I was 18. He said, I was forced to go to church as a kid. He says, I hated it. And when I was 18 and I got away from home, I just said, to heck with that. I'm not going back to church anymore. And he said, I hadn't been to church, he says, till I was about 40 years old. And he said, things were not going good in my life. And I thought around age 40, maybe I should go back to church. So he said, I decided to go to church. He said, I drove to church. He says, I got in the parking lot. I turned the keys in the car off. And he says, I froze. And he goes on to tell me, he said, I sat there in the car for about 45 minutes. I couldn't get out of the car. He said, when I saw people coming out of the building, he said, I just reached down, started the car, and drove on home. He said, I just couldn't get out of the car. Now, fortunately, he went back the next week, and he told me the rest of the story. He got out of the car. But that's what happens sometimes. People pull in, and now they got to get, now it's a real moment of truth. I get out of the car as a new person, and I got, I'm not sure what's going to happen inside those doors. I don't really know. The people will be friendly. Will I feel like, and I want to get out of there? What is it? Now, folks, this is where the genius of having parking attendants is. And this is what you need to communicate to your parking lot team. You're not just there to park cars. You are not there to park cars. You are there to make people feel comfortable, is what you are. To feel comfortable, to get out of that car and begin to walk in to the building. So yes, they need to smile. Yes, they need to direct people to a parking place. But what they need to do is when people get out of the car, they need to be, hi folks, how you doing? Good to have you here today at First Church. Oh, hey, I see you got a little one there. Well, we've got a great nursery for little ones that age, and as soon as you get up there by the front door, someone will greet you, and they'll escort you to the children's area. But it's sure good to have you there. Can I help you there? Carry that diaper bag? That's the sort of parking lot attendants we need. Because what they are is they're really parking lot greeters, is what they are. Is what they are. And it's a moment of truth. Because that's a scary time for the true newcomer. That's a scary time. It really is. Got to tell you this: the best church that I've ever encountered doing this was a black church in L.A. And this is a church that at the time had the largest auditorium in America, 10,000 seats. And so I wanted to see that because I've always been involved with church growth and stuff. And so I wanted to see this church. So I got another friend of mine and his wife, and we went to that church. And we pulled in. As we pulled in, the parking lot attendant said, "Are you folks new here? Is this your first visit?" And we said, "Yes." "Well, we got a special place for you to park." So he directs us to the special place to park. We get out of the car. The minute we get out of the car, this lady shows up. I don't know where she came from. Yeah. And we get out of the car, and all of a sudden we're starting to walk in. This lady comes up to us and she says, "Hi, folks, are you new here?" Now, she knew we were new there because we parked in the parking lot for the new people. She says, "Let me walk with you." And so she walked with us from the car all the way up to the front door, talking to us about who we were and how we got there and everything, just a nice casual conversation. And she actually walked us clear in the front door. And when we got in the front door, there was a man there, and she introduced us by name to him. She used our names to introduce us to him. He'll take care of you from here on. But, I tell you, I've never had a church do that before, where they met me in the parking lot and actually walked me to the front door. I'll never forget that church. Very impressive, very impressive. Now, you may not be able to do that. You may not have the resources, the team to do that. But at least there needs to be a hello, some kind of conversation going on in the parking lot. Entering the front door, very important. Very important. What's going to happen when I get in that building? Where are your greeters? They're usually inside the front door, right? In good weather, see, in California, we can do this every Sunday. I know you can't. In good weather, your greeters should be outside the front door, not inside the front door. Your ushers, if that's what you call them, should be outside the front door, not inside the front door. Whatever team you have, because you want people to be greeted outside the doors, not inside the doors. Why? To lessen the threat factor, because a true newcomer does not know what they're going to encounter on the other side of those doors. Just imagine that you're going to a Buddhist temple and you've got to walk through those doors into that Buddhist temple. I've done that, and I'll tell you, you wonder, is this a mistake? Am I, as a Christian, I begin to wonder, from a spiritual warfare perspective, should I even go in the building? But think about newcomers to our church. They don't know what goes on the other side. And if you're like many churches, the doors are solid wood. And so we can't even see in there. Now, one of the best things we can do is have glass doors, because then at least people can see inside. They can see people walking around and talking, and and you can begin to say, okay, it doesn't look too fearful to walk in that door. But literally, one of the best things we can do is put your greeters outside the front door. Have them on the steps and greeting people and walking them up to the door and opening the door for them, kind of escorting them in. It helps. Once they get inside the door, greeting people, there needs to be people in there that can greet them. Find some people in your church who are outgoing, who don't have a problem walking up to a stranger and saying hi to them. As you know, a lot of our ushers are grim. Here's your bulletin. Not good. Get some people who are friendly, who are, at one church I used to go to, we called people, they were our connecting ministry. You're a connector. What does that mean? Your job is to find somebody you don't know and to greet them, get to know them, and introduce them to one other person in the church. That was key. Go up to them, introduce yourself, get to know them, and then you connect them to one other person. You introduce them to one other person in the church. That's a connector. These people stand inside the door, or they stand around where the coffee and the donuts are, and they look for people who are standing alone, not conversing, and they actually go up. Now, it has to be the right person with the right personality. Not everybody can do that, but you do have people in your church who can do that. And you need to have some people like that inside the front door, to where when people walk in, they're just not walking in and then standing there looking around. Where do I go? What do I do? Someone needs to be available to them. Experiencing the ministries of the church as they get involved with like children's ministries and things like that. You want the children to leave and go home and say, that was a fun time, I want to go back. Parents always ask their kids in the car as they're going home, how was it? You know, how was the class? You know, if the kids are old enough to do that. You want the kids to say, that was fun, I'd like to go back. What are the different ministries that people are going to experience when they come into your church? Very important. It creates a moment of truth in their minds. Entering the auditorium as they go into the worship area of the church. Are they given directions? Are they greeted? Are they ushered to their seats? What is happening when they go in there? Very important. This church I was mentioning that I went to, which had the big auditorium, they actually had somebody who came up to us and actually walked us to a seat in the auditorium. First time I'd ever had a church do that to me. We were standing there conversing with the person, and the lady had walked us in, introduced us to this man. We were talking to him, and another person walked up and he introduced us to them, and they said, hey, we got a seat for you, come right this way. They took us right in to the church. Now, it was a big church. They have a lot of staff and a lot of resources and people and volunteers. But whatever the size of our church, we need to think about this. How can we encourage our ushers not just to point people in the right direction, but take them down there and help them find a seat? Very important. Participating in worship. Do people understand what's going on? Do people understand the language? Do people understand the music? The atmosphere of the worship service needs to be what I call SLAM, S-L-A-M. It needs to be in a style and a language and aesthetics and music that the newcomers understand. Let me give you that again. The worship service needs to be SLAM, S-L-A-M. It needs to be in a style, in a language, and with the aesthetics, and with the music that the newcomer understands. So think about that. Who is the newcomers that we reach? Who do we tend to see coming to our church as a visitor, as a guest? Does the style of our church communicate with them? Does the language communicate with them? Do the aesthetics? We're thinking things like the carpet, the paint, the colors, the lighting, things like that, and the music. Is that connecting with people who come to our worship service. If it doesn't connect with them, then they're probably not going to come back. Now, most of us in our churches have wrestled with the language issue because we've it's not the narthex anymore, it's the lobby. It's not the sanctuary anymore, it's the auditorium. It's not a bulletin anymore, it's a program. We've wrestled with the language issue. Can we take the churchy language and redo it so that it's more understandable to the non-Christian, to the first-time guest? But have we wrestled with the style? What is the style that people would connect with? What is the aesthetics? Is the aesthetics of our church, the colors, the lighting, the carpet, things like that, does that connect with people? Does it make sense to them? What about the music? Now, some of us have wrestled with the music. That's another area we typically have. But if we're going to connect with people, the guests in our community, and they're going to stay, there has to be some connection with the style, the language, the aesthetics, and the music. The more we can connect with what they are used to and comfortable with, the more they are likely to stay with us. And that's a big thing. We can maybe talk about that later. Exiting the service. What happens when people leave the service? What happens when people leave the service? They need to have an invitation to return. And what I recommend is that you have people who stand outside the doors with their back to the cars. And as people are coming out, they're saying, "Hi, folks, thanks for coming today. Hi, folks, thanks for coming today. Come back and see us next week." Shaking hands as people walk out and inviting people back. "Hi, folks, nice to have you here. I hope your kids had a great time today. We loved having them." So we're communicating with people as they walk out of the church. In most churches, what happens is nothing. People get up, they collect their kids. What else? They go out. Nobody says a word to them. No one says a word to them. We're organized to talk to people when they come in. But then they get up and they walk out, and not a word, not a peep. I'll tell you, if you have people greeting people as they leave, that makes an impression. It makes a good impression upon people. Try it. See if you can find some people to do that. Follow up. The first week. There needs to be connection that first week. There needs to be connection within 48 hours. Within 48 hours. So that means by Tuesday, you need to connect with those people. If you have their names and addresses, of course, and that's a whole nother question. How do you get names and addresses and things like that? But we can talk about that later if you want to. But you have to have a way to collect the names and addresses, phone numbers, emails from people who are willing to give them to you. You can only do what you can do, but you could ask, and you could provide a way for people to give them to you. For people who give them to you, you need to connect with them within 48 hours. Usually, that should be either a phone call, someone who has a friendly voice, who is able to converse on the phone very well. You're not necessarily calling to get them to come back. You're calling to just say thank you for coming and having a nice conversation. Probably an email, if you have emails, probably an email thanking them for coming with some sort of an invitation to come back. If you can do it, an actual snail mail letter from the pastor works today, folks. It does work. How many letters do we get nowadays that are personal? Very few. We get so many emails, and oftentimes we get so many emails that we don't even pay attention to them. And so you send an email from the church, it may be just totally overlooked. It may be trash and they don't even open it. But I'm telling you, if you send them a letter, it'll make an impression today because people don't often get a letter. If you can have a handwritten note on there, it's very helpful. Now, here's what I recommend. You can have a boilerplate letter that's in the computer. You can run that off, but as a pastor, what you do is you sign your name and then leave a little space on the letter and say, and handwrite, no matter how nice or bad your handwriting is, it's impressive. You write on there, sorry I missed seeing you. If you come next week, be sure and come up and say hi. That's all you have to do. The handwritten thing is dramatic. I have a good friend, Nelson Searcy. Some of you may have read some of his books. Big church in New York he started. He's now in Boca Raton, Florida. They use a little card system. They have cards. And what they do with their greeters and their connectors and people who are talking, if I meet a new person, I learn your name, and then as soon as you walk away from me or I walk away from you, I reach in and get a little card out and I write your name down. Because if you're like me, I get your name and 5 minutes later I forgot your name. So they actually have little cards and they write the name down. After the church service is over, then these people who have been greeters, they go in the back room and they go through the cards that they collect from the guests. If there's somebody that they met, because now they have the name, if there's somebody that they met that gave their name and address, they actually take a little postcard and they hand address it, and then they stand there and they write just a little note on it. Hey, Ricky and Lucy, so good to see you today at church and talk to you just a brief while. Please come back next week. I'll be looking for you. They signed their name. That's stamped and put in the mail on Monday morning. Nelson says that is powerful. That is powerful. Now, not everybody gives you their name and address, and you can't do it. But for those you can, you do that. But this connection that first week is important. Either a letter, an email, a phone call, something within about a 48-hour window by Tuesday evening. If it's a small church, pastor, and you got time to do this, sit down Sunday afternoon and call the people who visited and say, hi, this is Pastor Smith. I saw you visited us today, and I didn't have a chance to greet you, but I just wanted to call and just say hi and thanks for coming. Wow. There was an old famous pastor, some of you might know the name. His name was Wally Criswell in Dallas, First Baptist Church of Dallas. This is a huge church. Every Sunday he would sit down and call guests and thank them for coming. Now, sometimes they had so many guests he couldn't call them all, but it didn't matter. He might make 5 phone calls, he might make 10, he might make 20, but he always sat down and called a few. Try it. See what happens. If it's a small church, you can do it. You can do it. Ongoing contact. Ongoing contact. We need to decide how are we going to contact people who come back a second time and a third time. In fact, the second time guest is more important than the first time guest. When a first time guest comes, there's about a 15 to maybe 25% chance they'll come back. But when a person comes back a second time, there's about an 85% chance they'll stay with you if they come back a second time. So what we want to do is that when you have a first-time guest, you want to do everything you can to help them come back a second time. Because when they come back a second time, what they're saying to you is, I found something here the first time that caused me to come back. I wanted to come back. Now, because I've come back a second time, that's saying I really am interested. I'm really interested in what's going on at this church, and I'm serious about this. When they come back a third time, folks, they're very serious. Nobody goes back to a church 3 times unless they really, really are interested. So when a person comes back a third time, you need to do something like invite them to a time of coffee with the pastor, or a pastor's dessert time, or at least invite them to your welcome class or your newcomers class. A third-time guest is very important, and we need to have a way to find when they've come. How many times have they come? And there's ways to do that, but we'll move on. So this book that you've got is a book I wrote for welcome teams. If you look in this book, you'll find something interesting. There's no footnotes. I intended it that way. It's a very easy read. It's a very simple read. What it's for is for welcome teams, connecting teams, for them to read it and to discuss it. There's a lot of reflection questions. So like you have your welcome team together, they could read a chapter, then they could discuss about that. What is it that they see in their particular church? Another resource for you, if you go to my website, I have a leadership letter that comes out every Tuesday. And if you go to my website, churchgrowthnetwork.com, and you sign up for that newsletter, you will get, as a thank you gift, a PDF file of this 12 steps. And in the PDF file, you can print that off. You can use that with your welcome team. And so it'll lead you through the 12 steps. And then underneath the 12 steps, there are reflection questions under each one that helps your welcome team think through these various steps. And here's what I recommend you do. I recommend you sign up for that, and you get that PDF. You get your welcome team together on a Saturday some morning, and what you do is you walk about 2 blocks away from the church, and then you hand out that PDF to each person, and you turn around and you walk back towards the church. And you stop about a block away from the church, and you look at the one that says, driving by the church. And you say to your welcome team, okay, let's assume that we're new people and we're driving by the church. What do we see? What does our facility say? What is it communicating? So you're not telling your welcome team. Now you could, we know, because we've thought this through. But it helps to help your welcome team discover it for themselves. That's where the power is. Help your welcome team, your connecting team, discover these things for themselves. So when they're on the street and they're walking towards the church, and then you're stopping and saying, look at down there at the facility, what is our facility communicating? And then they can jot down some things, okay? Then you walk to the parking lot. Going into the parking lot, stop. Go to the next moment of truth. What does driving in the parking lot say? What does the guest experience at our church? Okay, now go over and stand in one of the parking spots. What happens when people get out of the car? What do we do? Then walk up to the front door with your team. Ask the team, what does the new person feel when they're standing here? How do we make it comfortable for them to walk in the front door? You walk them through these 12 moments of truth, let them kind of jot down some ideas, then, take them into a room in the church, sit down and debrief it. Where are we strong? Where are we weak? Where could we improve? What steps could we take? Now, it won't solve everything. But what it will do is it will help you fine-tune some areas of the church, and it will make it actually better as you go through that. So I think, let's see here, let me check my time. I think we're ready for a break. 10:45 to 11, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back and debrief it. Thank you for those who cared.
I did want to let people know there are, we do have.
Hey.
On TV, and I had.
Oh, praise his name, the high King of kings. Come, voices raised, with all that breathes, praise the Father, the Son, and Holy Ghost. Praise the Father, the Son, and Holy Ghost. One hope I hold, from ages old, through years to come. You are my God. Praise the Father, the Son, and Holy Ghost. Praise the Father, the Son, and Holy Ghost. Oh, prideful death, where is your sting? I'll pay no debt. He stands for me. Praise the Father, the Son, and Holy Ghost. Praise the Father, the Son, and Holy Ghost. Praise the just one hope I'm holding on to. There's just one hope I'm holding on to. One hope I hold from ages old, through years to come. You are my God.
I came before his throne. He touched my lips and made me whole. Exchanged my heart of stone for one of flesh and put life in my bones. And all I can say is, holy is he. Yeah, holy is he. He opened up my eyes and gave me spiritual sight.
All I can say is, holy is he, holy is he, holy is he, holy. All I can say is, holy is he, holy is he, holy is he, holy. All I can say is,
holy is he. Holy is he. Now that my eyes have seen your light, I just wanna stay and behold your glory, Lord.
and now that my eyes have seen your light, I just wanna stay and behold your glory, Lord. Holy
Come on back together here. You had a nice cup of coffee or a donut. Turn to the person next to you and say, "You've been growing today." Okay. All right. Okay. Maybe you're not growing in the way you want to grow, but that's okay. You know, donuts help you grow in different ways. All right, so we got about 20 minutes to take whatever questions you have before Dr. Cardoza is with us. So what are you thinking as I was going through some of that? What are some of your thoughts, your questions? What do you have? Don't be shy. Come on. Yep.
I guess one question I have is when we're talking about just making people feel at home and welcome at our churches, is there a specific color pattern that you think would, as far as like a branding of our church colors, that you feel would be more welcoming, or is there anything there?
I have no idea. I would say maybe warm colors or, uplifting colors, but I don't know. When it comes to aesthetics like that, I have no idea. You know, what would be appropriate to your culture would be very important. What is the cultural climate, the culture of the people you're trying to reach, and essentially the audience you're ministering to, what would fit their culture. So, but, other than that, just generally something that's uplifting, warm, would be good, versus cold, types of colors would be good. But I'm not an expert on colors. Yep.
You were talking about cards, handing out cards.
Yes.
And putting on like a verse or something. You have a famous verse. I'm trying to, in my own mind, think how hard of a verse. I know we if we think of John 3:16, for God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son, but where do we go with that?
Well, in our church, he didn't always put a verse on there. Okay. Sometimes it was just a devotional statement or something, but it always fit his theme of the sermon. Okay. So whatever his theme of the sermon was, then he would have either a devotional thought or a phrase or sometimes a verse or something like that. The card was not meant to lead people to faith in Christ. Cards don't lead people to faith in Christ. The card was simply a tool to encourage his people to invite others. It was a tool for them. And of course, some people would take the card, they would, put it on their mirror at home and in the bathroom, or they would put it on their dresser drawer, on the top, or put it in their car or something like that, When you encourage people like that to do something, obviously 100% of people don't do it, but a number of people will, maybe 20, 25%, maybe 50%, but if you just say to people, invite your friends, that's just too general, and people kind of like, well, I've done that before, how do I do that? But you put something in their hand, 5 brochures or something like that, hand these out. It's easier for people to do it.
I love the idea about Walmart's restaurant or wherever you might be, because like you said, just to go out and evangelize.
People won't do it. This gentleman.
Yeah, I've got a lot of questions, but let me start here.
Okay.
What would you say is the best approach to gain contact information for new visitors? Is it handing them a card? What's the best thing you found to try to do?
Yeah. So what I've been recommending is a new thing called Tap Connect. And you can find it at tapconnect.church. And what it is, it's a QR code that you put on the back of your chairs or the backs of your pews. And then people come in and they can just essentially touch it with their phone. And it uploads the information. Now, it's a very simple way to do it. Because then it goes to software, and then you can look at the software and you can see the date that people were there, and you can identify people who have been there 2 times, 3 times, that sort of thing. With any of these tools, you have to, from the pulpit, train your people to do it. And so you have to condition them to do it in a good way, an exciting way. So you have to make it important every week. You have to remind them every week to do it. And so if I'm giving the announcements, for instance, I come up and say, "Good morning, folks. Good to have you here at First Church this morning. Hey, everybody, take your phones out, would you? Like mine, hold your phones up. Everybody, hold your phones up. Yes." We have a ritual here at First Church every day, every Sunday, and we call it Connect with the Church. And so touch the QR code. Now, it sounds silly, but you have to make it fun. You have to make it, prominent, and you have to do it every single Sunday. every single Sunday. You know, if you don't do that, people forget, people get lazy, people don't do it. Now, I saw your hand just a minute. And so, will 100% of your people do this? No. There's always those people that say, well, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah. But if you do this in a friendly, kind of exciting way, a large percentage of your people will, probably 80% or so, will do it. And your guests will do it. Because when the guests come in, if they look around and everybody's doing it, then there's that natural peer pressure. Oh, well, I guess that's what we do at this church, you know. Boop, you know. But if you don't mention it, people will slack off. They won't do it. But you just have to make it, you know, a prominent thing, an exciting thing, a fun thing from the pulpit every Sunday. Yeah.
I think you answered my question. I was going to ask if you just encouraged the first-time guests to do that, or if it was everybody.
No, everybody. Everybody. Yeah. Yeah.
So like churches that do that, it leads them to some sort of a website. Does it say, is this your first time here, second time here? Like what
No, it just registers it.
It registers it.
That's it. Yeah.
So if they're new,
But it has the date they were there. So you then can go in and you can see who's been a first timer, who's a second timer, who's been there 3 times.
is there something they have to fill out, or
No.
does it take the information just from their phone?
Takes it from the phone.
So it has their name connected to their phone
Yep.
number.
Yep.
And it automatically
Yep.
gives you that.
Yeah.
So it's like an attendance. It's kind of like the folder that we used to pass down the road.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. Yeah. Now, if you don't do that, then you have to have the best thing as a card. And on the card, you have, you want to ask for a limited amount of information. People are really sensitive about giving out their information now. So you want to ask for their name, their address, phone number, and email, and that's about it. Don't ask for their age. Don't ask for how many kids they got. You know, don't ask for their social security number. You know. But again, it's, you know, if I'm, you know, I have to come and I say, good morning, folks. Good to have you here today. Bulletin's up, and in your bulletin, you'll find a card. And we would appreciate it this morning if everybody would just take a moment this card and drop it in the offering plate. You got to say that every Sunday, and you've got to act like it's the first time you ever said it, even though it's the 839th time, and you're bored and you're sick of it. But the newcomers, this is the first time the newcomer heard it, so you've got to be excited. You've got to do it. If you do that, then you have to have somebody on Monday morning take those cards, go through them, separate them. If you have on there first-time guests, second-time guests, third-time guests, and then regular attender, and then just have your people check regular attender, but the guests will check first, second, third, and then you assume if it's fourth, I'm a regular attender. Somebody's got to go through those cards. They got to, you know, type up those names and addresses that they get. And then, you know, you've got to then take action on that based on whether the person was there the first time, second time, third time. A lot of churches do this differently. I was at a Pentecostal church in Fresno, California, and they actually had in the back of the auditorium, they would say, if you're a first-time guest, fill out this card, take it in the back, and we have a gift for you. And they actually had 3 different tables. And one table had a sign that said first time, second time, third time. And so at the first time table, they had like a mug and a Bible or something. They had 2 or 3 options of gift. At the second table, they had like a t-shirt and something, and then the third table, I think the third table had like a water bottle and stuff. So every time you came, you took your card back to the table and you got a gift. But if it was the second time, you went to the second time table, you got a different gift every time. It worked for them. You just have to find something that works for you. What I would recommend, if you're a smaller church and you don't have a lot of visitors, you don't have a lot of guests, if anybody comes back a second time, you invite them to some kind of a coffee or dessert or something with the pastor, meet the pastor, sort of thing. If it's a big church and you have lots of guests flowing through, then I would wait till the third time that they come. Because each time they come back, there's fewer. There's more first-time guests than second-time guests, more second-time guests than third-time guests. So in a huge church where you have just lots and lots of visitors, you don't want to, necessarily try and gather that large group to meet the pastor. But by the time they come the third time, then they're really serious. Third time, fourth time person, boy, you just don't go back 3 or 4 times if you don't like it. So it's the principle of receptivity. We're trying to surface the people who are truly receptive to the gospel, truly receptive to Christ, truly receptive to our church and our ministry. And so that's what you're doing. You're tracking people through this process of receptivity. And then we reach out in more personal ways to the people who are more receptive, who have been there several times. Got 10 minutes. What else? Yes.
I love the idea of walking your welcome team into the building and
Yes.
12 steps of
Yes.
moments of truth. And especially for that person that's drove in, sitting in the car, and how uncomfortable that might feel to walk through the doors for the first time. That really seems an important piece, because people that have lived in the church bubble for so long don't understand what it's going to take to get somebody new to step into that.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. I found 2 or 3 ways to do this. One way is what I mentioned. You take kind of the PDF of the 12 things and you go out and you walk in and you have them kind of think it through. The other thing is to actually assign some of your welcome people to go to different church.
Yeah.
And to take it, and then when they, to see what that church does, and then to come back. Now, sometimes as pastors, we're afraid to suggest that, because we're afraid, well, maybe they'll like that church better than my church. They won't come back, but people will come back. But when they go on vacation, you can say, hey, visit another church and think through these 12 steps. And then when you come back, tell me about it. What did you learn? What did they do? If you know of a church that's nearby that does an outstanding job of welcoming and connecting people, if you connect with them and talk to them and say, hey, could I schedule a time to maybe bring my team over? Would you sit down with us and kind of walk us through what you did, how you did it, what you learned? They'll do it. I mean, churches are more than happy to share with you their processes and what they do, and then you can take your team over. The important thing is to help your team discover it themselves. It is more powerful. You can read the books, you know what's right and wrong, you know where the problems are in your church, and you can stand up with your team and put a nice PowerPoint presentation up and stuff. It will not have the same impact as if you have somebody else tell them, like another church, or if they discover it themselves. But now you guide them to discover it. That's where your leadership comes in. You're leading them. You know what they're going to discover, but you're helping them to see it themselves. Then that's more powerful. Then you can say to them, how could we do this better? How could we change this? And even though they change it just incrementally, Incremental changes a little bit each year over 5 years. Wow, you've come a long ways, And we always, as leaders, we hope we can go further than we can in 1 year. We overestimate how far people can move in a year, but we underestimate how far people can move in 5 years. If we just take one step at a time, incrementally, improve your welcome, 5 years you'll look back and say, wow, we do this so much better than we used to. Today, I look back when I was a pastor and we were so bad at this. I cringe, I cringe at how bad our church was at welcoming guests. But we just didn't know. There wasn't much research. There wasn't much written about it back in those days. If you want to, read some other books on it, the two books that have been used the most in the last probably 20 years is Nelson Searcy's book. It's Connect, isn't that right? Connect? Nelson Searcy, Connect. And then my book, Beyond the First Visit. Those have been the two most widely used books on welcoming guests. They're both a little bit old, I'll have to tell you that. We need a new book. Maybe that's something one of you could write. Okay? Do the research and write the modern book, on connecting guests to church or something. Other questions? You said you had two. Well, let's go over here. This gentleman hasn't had a question yet.
Evaluating the 12 moments of truth,
Yeah.
the area of allowing individuals that are part of the service visit, they're in there, then connecting them to serve.
Yes.
If they're not members, if they're not even considered yet regular attenders, but they're relatively new.
Yeah.
Is there a sweet spot that you have found as far as after 6 weeks, they're ready to be approached to say, hey, would you want to serve in some capacity? Because a lot of people, it feels like it would be intimidating to say, hey, we want to get you connected to serve now. And I love that because it gives that identification with the body when you're serving.
Yeah.
How do you know when to do that?
I would say 3 or 4 weeks in. Yeah. If you're inviting them to a pastor coffee or dessert or something in week 3, then I think what the pastor does is say, oh, it's wonderful to have you here. Some of you are asking, what's the next step? The next step is our welcome class or orientation class, whatever you call it. In that class, I think you need to say, some of you want to explore Jesus some more. We've got this option. Some of you want to, you're ready to be a part of our church. Here's some options of getting involved. So that'd be like the 4th week or so in there. You don't have to be heavy-handed about it, but here's the option. The biggest question is, where are the entry-level points in your church? Because many of our churches, coming out of churches that are more evangelical conservative, we've actually put a lid on service. You have to be a member to do this. Okay, I get it. But where can a non-member serve? We need to have, and I would call them entry points. They're entry points of service. Where do most churches have entry points of service? Most churches do it in the welcome ministry. Fixing coffee, parking cars, handing out bulletins, shaking hands. It's an important role, but you don't have to know deep theology to park cars or to hand out bulletins or to shake somebody's hand at the front door. Now, you don't leave people alone, but you have somebody who oversees them who's probably a member, But I got to tell you this story. It's a great story. So Prince of Peace Lutheran Church in Carrollton, Texas. It's down by Dallas. Pastor planted this church. Not many Missouri Synod Lutheran churches are planted, by the way. But this pastor planted the church. And what he would do is he would have a stack of bulletins. And when new people had been in the church maybe 2-3 weeks, he would actually go up to them and he would say, hey, Ricky, Lucy, I really feel kind of awkward asking you this, but because I know you're new here, but I need somebody to stand over here at the front door. And when people walk in, just say, welcome the Prince of Peace, and hand them a bulletin. Could you help me out this morning? Could you do that? And he was literally asking people who had been there the second or third week. And they would look at him and say, well, sure, Pastor, we could do that for you. So they're standing at the front door, and they've only been there 2 or 3 weeks, but they're saying, welcome the Prince of Peace. Welcome the Prince of Peace. Now you tell me psychologically what's happening. They are already identifying with that church, psychologically and emotionally. Now, he did not leave them there. He had other people in the church who would stand nearby them. And so if somebody came in and had a question, they obviously, being new themselves, wouldn't know the answer. So the person would step up there and say, Ricky, Lucy, I'll answer that. And, take the people aside and answer the question or something. So you don't leave them. But that was what he used to help new people connect. He would ask them to actually stand at the door, welcome the Prince of Peace, welcome the Prince of Peace, welcome the Prince of Peace, So, a little bit risky to have people, maybe newcomers, standing there handing out bulletins, but not overly risky. So each of us in our churches, we have to kind of wrestle with our own theology of membership and participation and who can serve, where can they serve. But I think we need to wrestle with where are the entry points that we can use new people, and then we direct the new people there. I think the security ministry now that most churches have, that's a big thing that's changed, in the last probably 5 years or so. Almost every church has security now. Hey, a lot of men will serve on the security team. They won't do other things, but hey, can I be security? Sure. And they walk around, they just make sure that, the doors are safe and strangers aren't there, and, keep their eyes open. And but now they're on a team. And your security team should meet. They should have some training. They should talk. They should pray together before Sunday begins. And maybe this person's not a Christian, but they're still interacting here with a group of people who are the security team. So just think it through. There's got to be some places in your church where new people could serve and we could direct them there. But I think 3 or 4 weeks in, definitely, make it an option. Some people will say, well, I just came from another church. I'm so burned out over there, I don't want to serve. Okay, that's fine. But if you want to, we got a place. If you could do it. Another question. Yes, sir.
Maybe you'll cover this later, but we all get kind of set in our ways over time, right?
No.
And, especially in smaller, declining churches, nobody would ever say this, but we sometimes probably want people that look, think, act like we do. As people come in, how, as a pastor, how as a leadership team do you begin to try to sway? Maybe you've got to sway some people on your leadership team into a different mindset and some of this stuff. How do you begin to do that?
Yeah, how do you begin? You talk to the right people in the right way at the right time. And so I think you start by praising your people for the love they have for each other. Don't we as a church love each other? Don't we care for each other? And of course they'll say, yes, we do. Yeah, we love each other deeply. We care for each other deeply. You gradually suggest, could it be that God wants us to share this love with people outside the church? And so you're just you're preaching, you're teaching, you're having lots of personal conversations over breakfasts and lunches. and talking to the right people in the right way at the right time. Suggesting new ideas, new ways to move, and welcoming people, being open, to the community. It's not an easy, it's not a get-rich-quick process, but you just do it gradually over time. As you can, you invest in missional engagement in the community, doing a ministry in the community in a way that maybe would impact your own people more than the community even. So, the little things we used to call, not friendship evangelism, but more just giving out bottles of water at a jogathon, or the local car show. We go and have a booth and hand out free snacks and free food and free water and stuff like that. That never saves anybody. It doesn't really ever get somebody in the church. What it does is it gets our people out. And so gradually you have to, as you're talking to people, you need to bring into the mix some opportunities to get out of the church and to engage with the community in some safe ways, but it gets your people out, connecting with non-church people. In time, I think you help your people. I like to call it the ministry of conversation. You don't talk about direct evangelism so much because that scares people. But you talk about let's all be involved in the ministry of conversation. And what the ministry of conversation is learning to have conversations with people in our neighborhood or community that aren't Christians. How do we converse with them? How do we talk with them? Just natural conversations. And, do some training and some teaching and some talking about that. Helping your people identify people within their own networks of family, friends, associates who don't know Christ or don't come to church. Getting them to start praying for those people. Providing some safe events that they invite. After they've identified some friends, after you've been talking about a ministry of conversation, and after they've been praying for their friends for a while, then you provide a place for them to invite those friends to come, a safe place where you're not doing hellfire and brimstone preaching, you're not knocking people over the head with the gospel, but you're providing a friendly place to engage and meet people, encouraging your people to begin. It's just that process. It's that process. Talking about your vision for the future. You can't just have a vision Sunday and preach one Sunday and never talk about it again. You got to talk about your vision, your dream for the church, what the church could be in 5 years. You got to talk about it almost every Sunday. Somehow or other, you weave it into your message. You don't preach about the Great Commission every Sunday, but you weave the Great Commission into your message. So you're preaching about something, and you, as a pastor, you do what we call an aside. You're preaching, and you stop, and you walk over here, and you say, folks, let me just mention this. This is exactly why we do this. We do this because we care about lost people. That's why we do this. Why do we put so much effort into asking you to register your attendance every Sunday? Folks, it's because we care about the guest. We care about the lost person. And this is why we do it. And then you step back over here and you go back into your sermon. So you're every Sunday, somehow or other, you're weaving into your message this vision of reaching new people for Christ and being a church that's a welcoming church and a church that's an engaging church. You know, again, you don't preach every Sunday about that, but as appropriate within your message, you mention it so that you're constantly bringing to mind what's going on. Now, if it's truly a declining church that's been declining 5 years or 10 years or something, you've got to stay at this probably for about 6 or 7 years. I hate to say that, but to turn around a truly declining church, unless there's a dramatic event like COVID or something, that's different. If you have a dramatic event that brings rapid opportunity for change, and most of the time we don't have that. You've got to just incrementally engage your people, share that vision, share those changes, make those baby steps along 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. Most research says that the turnaround starts happening in year 6. But I will also tell you this. Most research on change theory says that the most pushback comes in year 6. So here's what happens. You come into a church and you say, you want to grow? They say, yeah, we want to grow. You know, they don't know what they're talking about, you know, but yeah, but it's like saying, do you love mothers? Yeah, we love mothers. Yeah. Yeah. You want to grow? Yeah. Okay. So they get behind you for 1 year. In year 2 and 3, they begin to realize what this means. Oh, you mean we got to change the worship style? Oh, you mean we got to talk to people that aren't our friends? Oh, you mean we need to engage with non-church people in the community? Yeah. Now you're getting it. You're getting it. Well, year 4, I'm not sure I want to do that. Yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah. Year 5, new people are coming to your church. Now I look around and say, oh, wow, there's a lot of people here I don't know. I'm losing power. And it honestly sometimes comes down realistically to power and control. And sometimes the older people begin to realize they're losing power and control because there's more new people than there is old people. Now, by old, I don't mean old in age. I mean people who have been there a long time. By year 6, they're saying, we don't want this, Pastor. We don't want you, Pastor. We wanted the church to grow, but we didn't want to lose our power. We didn't want to lose our authority. We didn't want to lose our music. We didn't want to lose this. We didn't want to lose that. So now you're managing loss. And it's not that they dislike the new people. It's that they are managing loss. And that's a difficult thing to do. How do you manage loss? But if you stay past the 6th year, if you can make it past year 5 and 6, most pastors leave before year 5. You realize that, right? In America, most lead pastors leave about every 4 or 5 years. So if you've stayed longer than 4 or 5, you're doing fabulous. You know. But the turnaround really starts happening in about year 7. So you just got to stay with it. Even when you think nothing's working, I'm not getting through to them, they don't understand, you know, this is just, now, man, I really identify with Moses now, you know, when the people were murmuring against him. You got to stay through it. And most pastors will tell you year 5 and 6 are bad years, tough years, but year 7, things got better. And honestly, what happens is God, in his sovereignty, calls some people home. God, in his sovereignty, causes some people to leave and move. Somebody's calling me, but I'm already married, so I can't answer it. So, Dr. Cardoza, come up here and tell us a little bit about the school, would you?
Hey, good to see you, brother.
Thank you for having me here.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you, brother.
Thank you so much.
We worked together for years, and this man is just a super leader, innovative. Love you, brother.
Thank you. God
Yeah.
bless you.
Great sitting
Is this
here.
the man
Thank
or
you.
what, right?
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, I wish I could take his class. I would love to sit at his feet. I mean, I've learned from him over the years, but it's funny you're talking about whenever people say, yeah, you want to change, you're like, yeah, you want to grow, yeah. Like you want to reach mothers, you said, and first thing I thought was, okay, yeah, you want to reach mothers? Yeah, let's reach mothers. I'm like, which Sunday would you like to serve in the nursery? You know what I'm saying? That's the, what I'm talking about. So, so great. Well, it's a thrill to be with you. I was given just a few minutes. We'll have lunch just moments, but I was given a few minutes and I thought, oh, I'll put some things together. I have more than I need really, but I want to share a few things. It's funny because Grace Seminary has has really changed a lot in the last several years, And I think sometimes, we talk about familiarity breeds unfamiliarity, You're like, oh yeah, I know about that. It's funny because we were talking to some trustees recently, and a trustee was talking about, it's interesting, they were talking about our deploy program, and they said, oh, I'm really familiar with that. What's interesting is that they, about 60 or 70% of what we do, they didn't know. And after discussing it, that church started a deploy program, so it's interesting the way that kind of thing works. This is the middle of my 7th year here, and God has really blessed greatly. And I wanted to share sort of updates because what's happened is the vision of the things that I thought a seminary needed to do. There's 7 or 8, 9 or 10 things that I think a seminary need to do in order to really make it happen. We're coming together now with those. I want to share some of those and some of the things we're doing. And it's on here somewhere. There we go. If you didn't know, and this will just be a couple quick updates, we are constantly working on education, first of all. This is a learning organization, and so it's really, really important to me that we have just good education. So that's one thing. If you didn't know, we now, at this point in the year, we've actually surpassed 330 individual, non-repeating head count of students this academic year. So that's a real surprise. A lot of people wouldn't know that. We're the only seminary in the United States or Canada that offers those various delivery methods. The thing is that you can have great programs, but if people don't walk to the door or if they can't move to Winona Lake, it doesn't matter, So we started thinking about how do we deliver if these are transformative programs. And so that led to, on campus, residential, online, which we didn't have a lot of online programs. I think COVID really broke that open for a lot of people that weren't really into that area, realizing that sometimes it's a necessity. It also helps us reach so many. We have students that Dr. Lambert's gone to up in the middle of South Dakota, nobody around. He's getting ready to go up to not just to one of our traditional Charis Fellowship congregations in Alaska, which we have some. No, he's going far beyond that in the bush up there. And we've got pastors that are graduate. I'm like, you're Grace students. I mean, this is amazing. It's great, So online, then on-site, which is our competency-based program, and it's one where we study on-site with either a missions organization or a local church or a network of churches in the United States or outside the United States. And then on location, where we take the class on the road, which is something I'll share in just a few minutes. It's very exciting. Right now, the Lord's put us in it's a 40 or 41 year high point in enrollment compared to the previous decades. So that's great. This is our 90th year service. And what's great is we've got a strong mission. We've got strong financials for the seminary, and this college has never been higher, apparently. So that's exciting too. And a lot of schools are struggling or stumbling, as you probably know. Some things that make us, I think, distinctive: sound doctrine, biblical theology, and faithful hermeneutics. But that can never be all of it. And something we talk a lot about is that personal transformation of the learner has to be central. And so that's something that I hope you feel. Some of the doctoral students, we just want to be life on life. And that's something that I think that Grace has done a good job at. We want to keep working at it. I talked about high standards, practical ministry, training for competency. That's huge for us. There's so many people that have, PhDs, and I say it respectfully, but they have PhDs, but they couldn't teach themselves out of a paper bag. You know what I mean? And so it's like we want to make people, help coach them to be good in ministry. And close proximity and high access to faculty so that we can have that kind of life on life. One of the things we're doing right now that's coming together is lay training and non-academic ministry equipping. There's so many people that are bivo or multi-vocational ministers. I think it's going to increase. I think it's going to continue. And some of them are not in a position, or for any number of factors, aren't going to make it to seminary, but we need to do something about that. And lay leaders need more equipping. So we are putting together 3 platforms. They're technically all up now, which this is a massive lift because we don't have a huge group of people working on it. But micro-credentialing, if you don't know, micro-credentialing is essentially super mini courses delivered electronically. Sometimes they're courses, sometimes they're webinars, and we're doing all those, going to be doing a lot more of this. The evangelical platform is called Grace Institute, and it's just launched. It's not got a lot on there, but what's on there is really, really good. Some of you know UPI, which is Tom Roy's organization for ministry and sports and coaching. It's a wonderful, wonderful platform. So we just put together multiple courses for him on that. We'll be adding a lot more. Mark Vogrop, the guy that leads the Gospel Coalition, we have one of his series on here on lament. And so that's up and running. Charis Academy is up and running. The entire Charis Academy, people are ordained from the local church, but the mechanism for that, we've automated it online in order for people to be able to interact with our people more easily logistically. And so that's on there. You'll see other things that are also on there. Various courses we're doing, we're going to have a lot more on there. And this is a very exciting one. Instituto Grace is a Spanish platform, and we are deploying that right now. It's essentially stood up, and we're deploying that all through Latin America and to Spanish-speaking United States, and hopefully people in Spain as well. So that's a very, very exciting thing. They look great. They are all based on the ability for people to earn like a certificate or a badge or both, and they're stackable. They're not stackable in an academic sense. We decided we have so much going on in academics, we don't need more academic programs. We need lay programs. And it's the thing about that is, I was telling someone, they go, well, we can make it stackable for academics. The only thing is, again, we have every pathway you could hope for, we've got as far as helping people get into academics. We don't have just general learning, and that's what this is about. And I told someone, everyone thinks that, a lot of people think, hey, I'd like to go to seminary. The problem is, listen, if you get a grandma on a micro-learning platform, okay, grandma may love, or just your lead deacon, whatever. Everyone loves that kind of thing until grandma or your lead deacon fails Old Testament 1. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like, because most of them never studied the Bible academically, right? And the thing is that for it to be academic, you've got to have the possibility of failing a class, or it's not real legit education, right? And so we know we want to enrich. We want to enrich or equip. If a person takes it for enrichment, they just take it. They don't have to take any quizzes. They don't have to take anything. They just enjoy it however they want. But if they want to be equipped, they can do that, take a certification. And what's great about it is, and we've already got some coming online that are going to be for specific training in local church areas. What we're going to do is they will get a blockchain-based certificate that will certify, and it's unbreakable the way it's set up. It's very expensive, actually. And what will happen is, as we get more and more biblical, theological, ministry courses there, if a church says, we want our people, we've got one that's coming in that's childhood safety and security. If you want someone to work with your nursery, like, hey, we don't just want anyone working in the nursery. Well, imagine getting it, we're certified, locked down, and to where someone can literally put it on their resume, or they could just share it that I've completed this. They can put it on social media. But the thing is that anything like that, or ministry, or pastoring, or ordination, imagine having a thing where a person can go to your personal website and see that it's been done, and God forbid there's a personal problem or an issue, we can retract the credential on a dated way to show that it's an invalid. It is not possible to trick that system. So it's a wonderful, wonderful thing. We don't want to be negative about the way that it sounds like that, but the thing is, we're trying to also make accountability. So that platform is going to be amazing. What you're going to see on there is on demand. On demand means 24/7. You can just go online and take a class. Then regular live webinars. This is something we're very close to putting together, where people that you want to hear from, like a Gary McIntosh, like a Pastor Jim Brown, like others, where this is almost like a mini recruitment thing, apparently, right? You know what I'm saying? I just sort of threw that name out, right? But the thing is, where a person can have the opportunity to go to a live webinar, live interaction with these key leaders. I've got some very, very close friends that are in really substantial ministries of influence. So one of my friends that you would know if I said their name, they said, man, Cardoza, I would do anything for you, but I want to do certain things, but I can't be out of town for 1 day, 3 days. I just, especially 3 or 4 days. If I do that, I got to go on a vacation with my family because I'm just too busy. They said, but I'll do anything. And so the thing is that we can have access to enormously helpful mentors for us and you, as long as we don't take too much of their time. And being able to pull them into like a setting like that, to where you can get access to them during a lunchtime or whatever. That's one. And then the other one is multi-week live courses. And that way, not just a one-time, 1 hour, 1.5 an hour, but now imagine that someone is taking you through a content area that's really important to you. And you can take a 6-week class, an 8-week class, and you get live access to that person, interacting with them on a regular basis. That is a very exciting opportunity, and that's something that's going to be releasing very, very soon. Then we're also open. This is really interesting because it's for thriving leaders in proclamation. Limited live local training events for pastors and church leaders across the nation. And there's even a person right now, I've been told that may have one of their church, because we got people from all across the United States right now. So we just finished a regional meeting in Duncansville, PA, with an important church out there. And we brought in a specialist, PhD in theology, and a filmmaker who talked about, communicating this digital culture. They probably wouldn't have had access to this person. We bring the program in, and then they get this access to this program. It's essentially super, super low involvement and cost for them. And they could probably never do it, frankly, right? But bringing things like that in, we had Last Things First, an eschatology end times event recently in Ohio, brought the whole program there for that. Recently had Pastor Keith Manier, a very substantial church in Columbus area, for the Preaching and Teaching Collective. So the thing is that there's an opportunity where if someone is at a church at a distance from here, because what happens when we're online now is people are like, hey, that's great. It's in Winona Lake. I'm not in Winona Lake. We make it available to them. But the opportunity now for us to make things like this available to people over there where they are, at essentially us carrying the freight, is really, really helpful. And it's really great stuff. I'll just mention this. I won't go over a lot. I'm going to go over the first slide here. There's multiple shorter and longer programs academically. You may not have known this. I'm trying to give you things you may not know. You may not know that we have programs that include counseling, Christian ministry, leadership and management, not just leadership and management, spiritual formation, discipleship, technology, women's leadership, local church ministry, worship leadership, military chaplaincy, and also general chaplaincy. Dr. Rob Newford just completed a dissertation on military area. He's a lifelong, I call him our lifelong Coast Guard guy, but actually he's Air Force. Yeah. I'm just saying that because my mom and dad were Air Force too. So, but anyway, he actually helped and also used other experts to build that amazing opportunity. So that's built out. Intercultural studies, exegetical studies, general studies, pastoral counseling. A lot of people would say, I can't believe that Grace has all that. Those are the things we offer, and we offer them in multiple different degree formats, like I said, online, and then on-site, on campus, and all those are available. And in our Deploy program, the competency-based, you may not know this, we actually have centers of learning for our master's program around the world. Serbia, the Balkans, we have students in Italy and all over, but these are places where people can go study. Albania, Sierra Leone, West Africa. We are just now this month opening Peru, Costa Rica, 2 locations in Cuba. And we're doing it because the seminary is doing well. We're offering it at just unbelievable prices just to help give them the same degree that we would receive here. So it's really, really super exciting. I was just in Hong Kong, a week and a half ago, and we have a formal invitation to launch a program with those folks. I mean, it's incredible stuff, what's going on. The thing is that part of our mission is not just local church, it's local church and global ministry. And something I said is that to our team is, you cannot have a mission statement that's baloney. You know what I'm saying? If you say local church and global ministry, either do global ministry or take it off your mission statement. And so the thing is, that's what we're about, and God is really blessed. And as a result, some of you may know that I was saying the other day that we have students in, I think, at least 21 countries now, and 38 states in the United States. So it's incredible. Praise the Lord, you know. So doctoral concentrations, if you don't know, we have intercultural studies from around the world and in the United States. These are appropriate even if you're in the United States because the culture is so diverse now. Hybrid church, 21st century cutting edge models, ministry leadership. We have also some spiritual formation and soul care people, I think, with us. Exemplary biblical preaching and a diversified program. Last thing I want to mention, by the way, all these things are available to us. I'll just show you a few pictures that'll be fun. We just started a new version of preaching that we're calling the Exemplary Biblical Preaching. And maybe you probably may not know this, but we've finished now there's 4 on-location seminars. We did the first one, the Great Awakening Seminar, and we did that. It was in 4 states across all the areas that the Great Awakening happened, which is fantastic. So what you're doing is you're studying in context, learning about the Great Awakening and how preaching changed what really became the United States, right? The United States is largely what it is in its culture because of the Great Awakenings. And so we studied that while using expert training, just like you're receiving from Dr. McIntosh and others this week. We were able to teach, Gordon Conwell has the famous Center for Preaching with Haddon Robinson. I mean, it's as good as it gets. We were able to go to Haddon Robinson's center. The associate director was there. We taught our students, and they insisted that our prof taught their students while we were there. And so, because they used to spend time with Haddon. So it became a time of sharing old stories. I mean, that you would never, ever hear about. Haddon Robinson, like, he did that. It was incredible stuff. And we just bonded with them. We have dinner with them, lunch with them. And we were able to instruct our own students at Gordon Conwell, which is a historic institution. We went on, and every one of our students got to preach from George Whitfield's actual pulpit, which he was the greatest speaker of the time, of the world. We went to, on location, Brown University, the famous Beneke Rare Library at Yale University. Everyone knows it's world famous. Harvard Divinity. Imagine walking on Harvard Yard, and talking about what should have been and what could have been, but what became because they weren't faithful to God's word. So that's a cautionary tale. Our students, because of just these relationships we had, I was even able to have our students studying from Grace at Yale Divinity School. Now that's saying something. So our teaching And we sort of joked, and I say this respectfully to them because I'm not trying to slam them, but someone said that may have been the first time the gospel had been shared at Yale Divinity School, you know. So maybe so, I'm not sure. But anyway, it was great. And I also spent time with the very first standalone seminary in the United States, which is Andover Newton. And then we met one-on-one with the previous dean of that, essentially the last dean. So it was just incredible stuff. Then we just finished our Greco-Roman, I'm going to wrap up here, just finished our Greco-Roman preaching pilgrimage. The reason I'm sharing this, by the way, is every church wants a better preacher. Every church. And every pastor, every preacher wants to be a better communicator. Everyone. And so that's why we do this. Someone said, I'm in another program that's really great for me. That's great. We are working to get a situation, and I think it's essentially together, that after a person completes, if they want to complete their program here, that we will create a way for them to attend and create at a reasonable rate these kinds of trips if they want to get that in for their training over and above what they're doing in their other program. And also we're creating a way where someone can not just go as a preacher in the academic program, but as a pilgrim. And so that way you can take part and get what you want from that without the rigors of also taking the class, you know. But you won't get every single thing because you won't be doing the assignments. But you can imagine that'll be great. This here is Ken Edwards. He used to work right beside Dr. McIntosh. I think he is the best. I've never seen a narrative preacher in my life that's that good. Okay, he asked me to do a review of his teaching. You know, because you do that kind of thing in academics. I went into his classroom to review his teaching, and I sat there. I mean, I've done how many of these, right? And I said to myself, this is the most unbelievable teaching on preaching. It's instruction that I have ever seen in my life. And he does it around the world now. But I remember thinking, if there's a chance, a time, an opportunity, a place that I could put him in a classroom to help preachers learn to preach, I'm going to do it. And first time it didn't work out on his schedule. We got him in here. He used to be the associate director of the Haddon Robinson Preaching Center at Gordon Conwell himself. So I mean, these are world class. You know, these are some pictures. These are some of the places we went. You know, you may say, "Oh, I've been to Greece," or "I know people that have been to Greece or Rome and Istanbul." That's where we went on this trip. This one was 11 days in these unbelievable places, we went. We really spared no expense because the Proclamation Project offset an enormous amount of the cost for those folks. It just made it possible. Plus the churches, they just want their preacher to be a better preacher. They'll extend resources to their preachers to be a better preacher. It's not a big deal. There's 20 people in your church that can pay for the trip this afternoon. And what's the big deal? Just so you can't talk yourself out of this stuff. So we went to all these unbelievable places. These are some pictures. Why is it important? Hear me, okay? Not I've been to Athens before. Hey, listen, okay, who's not been to Athens? Okay, I mean, actually a lot of people, but I'm just saying that like, I love Athens. Okay, there you go. We'll have to take you guys, right? But the thing is that it's not just that. It's studying directly where it happened, in context, and we're literally walking down the street. You see this picture on the right? We're literally walking down the street. It looks like, I mean, because it's the middle of a mega city the size of Phoenix. And then we're like, hey, turn down here. And then we go into what's now our classroom. So we're literally renting classroom space in these unbelievable places and having preaching going on. Here's at the altar of Ares, the god of war. And we're actually and literally, not just like some people say, walking in the footsteps. Yes, we are walking in the footsteps of Paul. But what we're doing is that because we're also preaching hour after hour after hour and teaching about preaching, you engage the torment that the Apostle Paul went through when he was talking in Acts 17. So it's not just, hey, cool, pictures, let's grab a fridge magnet. No, it's not. It's 30 times more than that. Seeing and learning about what the Apostle Paul saw and preached in Acts 17. I mean, we're literally standing there, at that's in the ancient agora where Paul was referencing on Mars Hill. And then we talked about how Aristotle was influencing rhetoric and poetry in this amazingly deep discussion about that on site. And in fact, we went to the very original place where drama began in Athens to talk about that. And then we found other places like this and talked about its impact on preaching. And Aristotle was concerned about people being misled by poets and articulate rhetoricians, by them, smoothly speaking and misleading people. That's the kind of thing we were talking about and integrating into this kind of a study. Incredible stuff. And then we bring a professional photographer with us, videographer. They capture student experiences so that when our students go and they preach or teach, we capture images of that and video so they can put that in their personal portfolio, which I think is a wonderful. How many times you preach somewhere and like, can someone not take a picture? I mean, really, right? I'm like, what is going on? How can I be here and no one got one picture? Come on. So anyway, you can see here he is right there underneath the shadow of the Acropolis. On the left here, this is on location at Mars Hill, the Areopagus, like Paul standing on the Areopagus. This wasn't just him speaking to us. This guy has an evangelistic heart. He was wearing it out on Mars Hill, proclaiming and personally walking up to individuals in the crowd who had to be, they were interested, they were listening. It was an unbelievably dynamic thing. It was like legit global evangelism in our preaching class. It doesn't get better than that. It does not get better. World class, and he was from Barbados. So, I mean, it's like, imagine that, right? You're doing global missions in your preaching class. Here's Kent at Ostia Antiqua, which is that little outside town outside of Rome where some people believe that the Apostle Peter may have come through there and because it was just on the way. And this is a great one. I love this. Extended, uninterrupted talks. Imagine that. On class topics for deep transformational learning in these mind-bending places that spark your imagination and resonate with your deep sense of calling of what got you into this thing in the first place. There is nothing like it. And so that's why we've been doing it. This right here, if you've never seen this, some people have been to the Vatican, but they've never seen this right here. I think this is the last slide, but visiting the resting place of emperors. That right there is Hadrian's tomb. It's called San Angelo, is the Castle San Angelo now. This building on the left, you can't tell, the grounds are bigger than a football field. It's like 6 stories high. It's enormous if you've ever seen it. It is unbelievable. Right on the Tiber River. It is dazzling at night. And there's a bridge that goes, the Ridge of Angels that goes right beside that. That's 1,700 years old. And you walk up to it, it's just unbelievable, right down the road from the Vatican. And we go there, and that building, that enormous building, if you can imagine, was literally built just to house the remains of Emperor Hadrian. Six stories the size of a football field. What? But the thing is, we're there. We were right beside where Julius Caesar's body was burned, in the ancient forum. And when you're sharing this with people, especially when you know that they were no friends, some of these were no friends of Christianity, it changes your life, changes your life. And then on the right, you may not know that, some of you have been to Athens, but we go to places people don't know. This right here is Socrates' prison. And there's a famous painting of Socrates when he died. That's a very beautiful picture. But Socrates, you may remember, was forced to drink hemlock, which is a poison, because of his, crimes against the state. And that right there is Socrates' prison where he died. And when you're talking about Western civilization and all the things that happened, That's the transformational kind of thing we're talking about. Our next one we're getting ready to do this coming fall will be the second and third Great Awakening in the United States. And you can imagine it's going to be amazing. So anyway, that's a little introduction, a few things. If you have any questions about any of this kind of stuff, either as a pilgrim, a preacher, or other programs, or just something for your people, let us know. We've got, we have Jason Fields is here. We got everybody here, okay? But let me close this in prayer for lunch. We've got a wonderful lunch for you. Thanks for listening. I just hope that it's interesting to learn a little bit more about what we're doing, because I don't want people thinking that they're really aware of what's going on at Grace when there's a lot of things that have been happening, okay? So let's pray, and thank you for being here. Let's pray. God, we thank you for, Lord, the gospel. We thank you for truth. We thank you that we are fishers of men. And Lord, thank you for Dr. McIntosh and him bringing to bear not just what's going on in the classroom, but bringing with him to answer individual questions that people have about vexing issues in their church, bringing with him in his heart and his mind the 25, 26, 27 books that he's written about those very subjects. It's, Lord, not everyone can offer this. And Lord, we're grateful to you for showing favor to Grace and the tradition that started long before any of us. Lord, we thank you for that heritage and that history. Lord, we pray you bless the food, bless our fellowship. We love you. We thank you. In Christ's name, amen. Thank you. Just head out that way to the left. You got wonderful lunch. It's going to be great. Thanks. God bless you.
so maybe a little longer, we'll see. I'm sure all of you could stay to about 5, right? Yes. Something like that. So to talk about leadership development, wow, you know, that's a big subject, and we're just going to touch on a few little things. Hopefully, maybe it'll stir some ideas some insights, maybe that you can continue to do some research. So there's some note sheets there. It says TLP, the leadership pipeline. So oftentimes pastors will say, well, I just don't have leaders in the church. Where do I get leaders? And I will ask them, I'll say, well, what's your process for developing leaders? And essentially they say, we don't have one. And the bottom line is, if we don't have some sort of process to develop leaders, we're just not going to get them. Historically in our churches, basically what we did is we prayed, God, bring us some leaders. And we hoped God would bring us somebody from somebody else's church. You know, as they transferred in their membership, that we would look for people who had been leaders in other churches and then hopefully begin to weave them into our church over here. But literally, most churches didn't have any kind of a thoughtful process for developing leaders. And I don't think many churches today actually do. So let me give you just some ideas on, what you might be able to do. So what does a leadership pipeline actually look like? This is kind of a summation of what a lot of churches do to develop leaders. So they start with number one, and this is a person who's a volunteer. Now, what you're looking for here is a person who is leading themselves. Is the person leading themselves? Does the person have dreams? Do they have goals? Do they have personal plans? Are they self-disciplined? Do they show up on time? If they promise you something, do they fulfill it? Is this person leading themselves? That's the first step. And if they are, then we try and bring them into some sort of a leadership role through the process of a volunteer. Will you volunteer? Will you help? Will you serve? And so, as Freddie mentioned earlier and left me his kind notes here, do you love mothers? Yes. Okay. Which week this month will you be serving in the nursery? Yeah. So people come to you and they complain, well, Pastor, couldn't we do this? Couldn't we do this? Yes. Which week are you willing to serve? Well, if they're not, then that goes to show you something right there. But if they're a volunteer, they move from leading themselves to number two, leading other people. Leading other people. So at that point, they become a leader because they've got followers. And the only real definition of a leader is they have followers. If you're a leader, you've got people following you. So a leader is different than a volunteer. A leader is different than a worker. So as an example, if you have people who are serving in the nursery, watching the children, they're volunteers, they're workers. But the lady or the couple or the man that is organizing and recruiting people to work in the nursery, that person is the leader because they're able to recruit and get people to follow them. They're a leader. So we need workers, we need volunteers, but we also need those leaders who can generate the followers. Okay, if a person is capable of leading others, then eventually they move up to being a coach. Now, a coach is a person who coaches the leaders. They coach the leader. So that's what a lot of pastors do. They coach the leaders. Or in a little bit larger church, you may have someone who is over a department. And so you may have small group leaders, but you have a coach over those leaders. So they move up to another level. Now they're not just leading, but they're coaching the leaders themselves. Next step is they lead the ministry. So they are moving up to where they are leading an entire ministry. And then in the final part of the leadership pipeline, they move up to what we would think of as senior leadership. They're leading the church in a senior level type of position. So the churches that have a a true leadership pipeline have something like this in place. Now, to show you, here's how this would look, for instance, in a church. This is a church in California. So this is how they process this in their church, just to give you a real example. So number one, if they see somebody that they believe is leading themselves and that they have potential for leadership, they would say to them, if you want to be a leader in our church, what's the first step? First step is attend a small group. You attend a small group, be part of the small group. Build relationships, grow in your faith. Show us that you're dependable in being a part of the group. Okay? Now, if the person is faithful in attending the group and participating in the group, then they would ask them to lead a group. So that's the next step. You lead a group. So you're leading a group and you're helping that group grow. They may even ask you to recruit your own group. Now that's a test of leadership. We'd like for you to lead a group, but we want you to recruit the people to be in the group. That's a real test of leadership. Can you recruit people, 5 or 6 people, 8 or 10 people to be in your group? Real leaders can recruit people to follow them. So that could be a test of leadership. Okay, now if they're able to do that, then eventually within this small group program, they ask them to lead other small group leaders. That's the coaching aspect. Well, you've been leading your small group for a couple of years now. You've done a good job. We think you have the ability to be a coach. And so at this particular church, the coach oversees 5 small groups. So they would be coaching 5 small group leaders. So they're moving up to a level where they're not just leading a group, but they're now overseeing the leaders of the groups, encouraging, equipping, helping them develop their small groups. Now, if they're good at that, then they move up to the level of actually leading the small group ministry, or maybe coaching 10 small group leaders, or 15 small group leaders, or 20 small group leaders. So they move them up to another level of leadership. If they're able to lead that ministry, then they move up to maybe a senior level position in the church where they're basically leading the church. Now, again, that's just a sample. That's how this church kind of works people through the small group ministry. This is a church of about 1,000. They found that the small group ministry is the place that they develop leaders. That the small group ministry is there to provide care and shepherding and love for the congregation. Because as the church gets bigger, it has to get smaller. As it gets bigger, you can't build friendships and relationships at worship. You attend worship, you get up, you go home. You don't make friends at worship. It's too big. So where do you make friends? We don't have Sunday school in most churches anymore, in adult Sunday school classes. So where do you make your friends? Well, you either make them in small groups or on the ministry teams, which are basically work groups is what they are. They're work groups. So this church uses their small group system as a leadership development pipeline. That's what it is. It's a leadership development pipeline. So you need something like this where you begin to sit down with your leaders and kind of think through a pathway. Someone comes to you and says, I want to be a leader. What's my first step? What's their first step? This church would say, attend a small group. That's your first step. And be faithful, for a year or two, maybe not even 2 years, but at least show some reliability in being in the small group. Show us that you can lead yourself. If you can lead yourself, then maybe you can lead other people, and then they begin the process through. So I've been doing about a 40-year project with my students at Talbot. I've taught the leadership and management course there for years. And I've given them an assignment every year to interview 5 leaders. And I have kept all of those assignments. And I am slowly, because I don't have anybody else to do this right now, I am slowly entering all the data in my computer. And so at this point, I've entered in about 300 interviews of leaders that my students have done. I gave them the same set of questions that they had to ask, and then they had to write that up. So I don't know how many I got, but the stack's pretty high. I probably just need to pay somebody to finish it for me. But I ran the results for you just to see. And basically, the question I was asking was, how did you discover that you were a leader? How did you discover you were a leader? And 3 things popped out. 3 things, okay? One was that people said that they became a leader through a crisis event. Something happened. They kind of had to step into leadership because it was necessary, it was needed, it was demanded of them. It was a crisis event, you know. So maybe the pastor came along and said, Mary, I don't know what to do, but our coordinator of the nursery, just told me today she resigned. I don't know what to do. I really need some help. Could you step in here for a few weeks and help me out? Crisis event, you know. And they stepped in, never thought they were a leader. They just filled the hole, for the pastor or something. And all of a sudden they realized, hey, I'm good at this. Yeah, I can do this. I can lead. But it was a crisis thing that opened the door and caused them to step into that. Now, related to that was another step, and that was they said they were called out. God or somebody else said to them, I see in you the potential to be a leader. I want you to do this. I want you to do that. Quick illustration. I remember I became a Christian at age 14. I had never been to church. Never been to church. I didn't know the Bible. I didn't know the Bible stories. I go to the youth group in 9th grade. I'm there about 2 weeks. My background was music in high school. I was in vocal music. I was there 2 weeks. The 3rd week I walk in and the youth director grabs me and he says, we really need somebody to lead the youth music. He says, would you lead the youth music? And I'm like, I don't even know the songs. I literally did not know the songs. But, well, if you think I can do it, okay. So 3rd week, I'm up there leading the songs. Yeah. About 6 weeks later, he walks up to me and he says, I'd like for you to teach about a 6-week lesson on the tabernacle to the youth. I'm 14 years old. Well, by then I was probably 15 because my birthday's in February. I came to Christ in January 15. You want me to teach the youth group? I'm a 9th grader. You know, this is a youth group all the way up through a senior. You want me to teach? Yeah, he says, I do. I said, I know nothing about the tabernacle. He says, no problem. I got a book right here on the tabernacle, and it was about that thick. And he says, there's actually 6 chapters in here on the tabernacle. I want you to read each chapter, and then I want you to take about half an hour and teach the youth group, you know. Oh, okay, if you think I can do it, you know. So I just got rid of that book about a year ago. I probably should have kept it, but I kept it all these years on the tabernacle. But I took that and I, read that. And I would get up and teach that lesson to the kids, I see in you a possibility. I see in you. So How do we get leaders? We look for people that have potential, and we give them opportunity. Now, did I, as a 14, 15-year-old brand new Christian, do a great job? Probably not. Did I make mistakes? Probably I did. I know I made mistakes in the worship music because I would try and do transitions, between the songs. I knew enough to do that. The leader never said to me publicly that was the wrong thing to say or something, but he would pull me aside and he would say, "Now, Gary, here's a better way to say that." I remember him saying that. "Gary, here's a better way to say that," because I was probably too slangy or, who knows, whatever, I remember, holding the Bible and, then I would throw the Bible down or something like that and walk away. And later on he'd say, "Now, Gary," he says, "that's probably okay with the kids, but," he says, "if you're with the adults," he says, "you throw the Bible down like that," he says, "you're going to really offend some of them." He says, "You don't throw the Bible down, you lay the Bible down." Little things. What he was doing was coaching me as a leader, but he was giving me a chance. Now, it's easy to give a youth kid a chance with the youth group. It's harder when you're doing it with the adults. I still make mistakes. That's just life, right? It's life. But we find leaders sometimes through crisis events when we have to find somebody. Sometimes people will just volunteer during a crisis. They see the need. They say, I'll do it. But a lot of times it's because we see them and we ask them. The Bible says we have not because we ask not, right? We have not because we ask not. But we can't ask for the pulpit. You can give a y'all. "Hey, folks, we have a third grade class. If you would like to volunteer, come up and see me." You get off the pulpit, no one even wants to talk to you. Everybody's running. The women are running to the bathroom because they know you can't follow them in there, right? The guys can't go in the bathroom because they know you can follow them. So they run outside and get in the car. No, it's not a y'all come. It's individual, Hey, Michael, I've been watching you. And brother, I really like the way you interact with people. And I really think you would be great on our worship team. Would you do that? Individual, I see you. I see potential. I see you, what you're doing. And call them out. Ask them to do it. A lot of times people do that. Personal invitation, more powerful than y'all come. Always more powerful. The third reason that people say they became a leader is because it was just their choice. Otherwise, some people, they sense within them that they're a leader and that they want to get involved. And they step up and volunteer. But that's the three ways that through the research I've been doing that people say, this is how I became a leader. There was a crisis. I was needed. I stepped up. Someone talked to me, invited me personally, or I just felt deep within me that I was a leader and I wanted to do it, and so I stepped forward and volunteered. So here's an approach. How should we approach this? Identify, see the potential in others. Look for gifts, look for passion, look for character. Look for the people in our church. Invite them. Take the step to ask. Personally, invite into leadership. Personally invite them. Tell them why you're inviting them. Tell them what you see in them. I see in you the ability to teach. I see in you a caring spirit. I see in you a love for people. I see in you the ability to connect with the new people that others in our church don't have that ability. I see in you. What do you see in them? Be as specific as you can. And because I see this in you, I'm asking you, inviting you to be a part of this particular ministry. The more clear you can be on what you see is more personal, more powerful in terms of that. And then invest in them, equip, encourage, empower leaders to grow and lead others. Great leaders, that's us in this room, right? You're a great leader. Why? Because you're here. Think of all the pastors who could have been here and they're not here, right? Why aren't they here? Well, maybe some of them had good reasons, but maybe they just don't care. Or maybe they are too lazy, or, who knows why they're not here. Great opportunity, great event. Doesn't cost that much, but some don't avail themselves of opportunity. You're here. You're a great leader. Great leaders just don't hope people will show up. Great leaders just don't pray that God will send us a leader from another church. What they do is they identify, they invite, and they invest. So let me give you some ideas here. Our time is going by, so let me give you some practical steps here. Path one is choice. You desire to lead. So people in your church, there are people in your church who desire to lead. God, the Holy Spirit, works within their heart, works within their mind, works within their being to move them towards wanting to be a leader. So how can we invite them? So here's some practical ways. We can publicly communicate leadership opportunities. Let them know there are opportunities. This is really important in larger churches. I can remember when my wife and I were younger, we went to a church of about 1,000 people on Sunday morning. And we did not perceive opportunities to be in that church and serve. And we actually left that church because as we were driving away, I remember us talking to each other saying, well, that church doesn't need us. We actually went to a smaller church because we perceived the smaller church needed us. But later on, I discovered more about that larger church. Hey, they needed us. In fact, they needed us maybe more than the small church needed us. But there was no communication from the larger church that there was even need. And so our perception was it's a big church. They got a lot of people. They don't need us. And we wanted to be somewhere where we were needed, so we left. Communicate that there are leadership opportunities. Offer leadership interest classes. Hey, are you interested in leadership? Is God moving in your heart to maybe serve in our church as a leader? Hey, we have a class on leadership. Come and learn. Come and learn about this. This doesn't have to be a whole-scale 8-week training process, but just to kind of come and learn about leadership, learn about the opportunities, learn about the first steps to get involved at First Church. Now, create and explore leadership pathway. Are you thinking you'd like to get involved in leadership? First thing you need to do, folks, if you want to be a leader in our church, is to get involved in a small group. Okay? Tell them the next step. This is a major thing with churches. We don't tell people the next step. You know? As a consultant, I go to a lot of churches, and I'll always do a focus group of people who have been in the church a year or less. Or if they don't have a lot of new people, I'll say 2 years or less. You know, I want to have a focus group of people who have been in the church a year or two or less. And the reason why I do that is that new people see things that old people don't see. The longer you've been in a church, the more you get conditioned in that church, you just don't see things. But the new people see it. And so here's the funny thing. I'll talk to the elders and I'll say, tell me about your church, and they'll tell me, and I'll say, well, how about leadership development? Are you developing leaders? Oh, yes, we got a good development process. How do you get new people involved in the church? Oh, yeah, we got a good development process to get people involved in the church. And, I mean, they've always got this positive idea of we got a good pathway. But then I'll go to the people who have been there like a year, and they'll literally say to me, Gary, we have tried. We cannot figure out how to get involved in this church. I want to serve in this church, but I cannot figure out how to get involved. And so you get this, the leaders think that it's very clear how to get involved in the church, but the new people can't figure it out. Well, there's an issue here, And as leaders, we've got to be able to clearly say to people, this is step one. Hey, folks, are you interested in being a leader in our church? This is step one. What is step one? Attend our Explore Leadership class on this afternoon, free lunch right after the last service. Stick around. We'll talk about how to get involved in leadership. Step one. Or you say, step one, attend a small group. Got to let people know. Some churches actually publish brochures. They have them in the lobby. How to get involved at First Church, and it'll say 3-step process. Step 1, step 2, step 3. Something. You just got to put it out there. You got to be very specific. We think we know what it is. Do the new people know what it is? Most churches, the new people have no idea how to get involved in the church. We got to be very clear on that. Encourage people to express their interest. Hey, if you're interested in leadership, come and see me, or come out to the lobby. I'll be at the welcome desk today. Come on out and see me, and let's talk. Provide low risk first leadership assignments. Low risk, not long-term life contracts or anything like that. You want to be a leader in our church, come and serve for 2 weeks in our welcome ministry. Test it out. You don't like that? Let's serve for 2 weeks in the security ministry. Serve in 2 weeks in this ministry. Let people simply try. Hey, another way is to call people out. How to invite them. Train your current leaders to watch for other leaders and potential people. If you're practicing the I see you idea, you need to train your people. Train your current leaders to look for other people, and then to employ this I see in you, the potential concept, and to talk to them. Ask who is already influencing others. Look around the church as you talk to your other leaders. Who is influencing people? Who seems to have the ability to impact other people? Personally recruit people. We've been talking about that. Conduct annual leadership identification meetings. Pull your elders together, have a whiteboard and say, okay, let's brainstorm a little bit. Who in our church could potentially be a leader in our church? Let's put their names up here, They may have a hard time doing that. But if you are training your leaders to look and stuff like that, then eventually you're going to be able to maybe generate a list of names. And if you have a list of names, then that's people you can begin to specifically go to and invite them to come and be a part of it. Use mentoring relationships to encourage emerging leaders. One of the easiest ways to build a leadership team that costs no money, is you, as much as you can, you require your current leaders to get an apprentice. So you say to your current leaders, I want all of you to find somebody in the church. You recruit them to be your apprentice. Now, you'll have to keep at this, I'll tell you, So I'll have to go to Shannon and say, Shannon, who's your apprentice? And Shannon will say, well, Pastor, I haven't got anybody yet. Well, let's think about it, Shannon. Who do you think you could invite? Anybody's name pop into mind? And Shannon might say, Lucy Ricardo. She could, she's possible, And I'd say, okay, do you think you could talk to Lucy this week? And Shannon will say, well, yeah, I could probably give her a call. Well, why don't you give her a call this week? And next week, let me know how it went. So I have to do that. Because just to say to your people, hey, everybody get an apprentice, they'll all nod. But then next week or 2 weeks later, you got to ask them, hey, who's your apprentice? And they'll say, well, I haven't worked on that, Pastor. Well, who could you invite? Get them to think up a name or two. Say to them, you think you could talk to them this week? Okay. Now, who is an apprentice? Apprentice has to be, and you have to define this for your people, has to be somebody who's not already doing something in the church. So if you have a deacon and you want them to get an apprentice, they cannot go recruit somebody else who's already the head of the parking lot team. No, what you want is you want apprentices from people who are doing nothing in the church, but they have potential to do something. And what you do is you work with them. They come along and help you. They assist you. Now think of this. Now this is theory, okay? Theoretically, if you could get every current leader in the church to get an apprentice, you've got a farm team concept. Are you familiar with baseball farm teams? You got single A, double A, triple A, big league. Yeah. So what we need to create is a farm team. A farm team. If every person in the church who's a leader would get an apprentice, let's say you have 12 leaders. Now you've got 12 people on your farm team. Will all of them become leaders? Probably not. But will 4 or 5 of them become leaders? Probably. Because they're a farm team. And they're helping the other leader, they're assisting, they're learning. When the other leader's away, maybe they take over. So, the head of the security team needs an apprentice. The head of the parking lot team needs an apprentice. The head of the welcome team needs an apprentice. Every elder needs an apprentice, elder. Every deacon needs an apprentice, deacon. But it has to be people who aren't already involved. If you just keep going after people who are already involved, you're not creating any new people in the leadership pipeline. You're just burning out people who are already busy. But it doesn't cost any money. And there's no classes. If you're a small church, you don't need a full-blown kind of a curriculum for leadership development. In fact, it probably won't work in a small church. Now, if you're a bigger church, you can do something like that. You can have classes, you can have curriculum, but in a smaller church, just get your leaders to get an assistant, an apprentice, and in time, some of those apprentices will just make their way into leadership in the church. But you have to keep after it. I'll tell you, you've got to keep asking people. You keep asking that person in your church, who's your apprentice? And you keep asking them till they're sick of you asking them. And finally, they'll get one. That's what happens. You just got to keep. Who is your apprentice? Now, once people have an apprentice, you got to ask them a second question. Here's the question. Hey, Shannon, how long has it been since you met with Lucy? Well, Pastor, I asked her and she said she'd be my assistant, my apprentice. I think it was maybe 5 weeks ago, but I haven't really talked to her since. Well, when are you going to meet with her? That's the two key questions. Who is your apprentice? How long has it been since you met with them? Because it'll take them time to find their apprentice. Once they got it, they won't meet with them. But they need to meet with them. If they don't meet with them and use them, it's not helping anything. Who's your apprentice? How long has it been since you met with them? And Pastor, you got to keep asking that question. You keep asking, till they do it, till they do it. And in time, what do we call that in the church? We call it discipling, discipleship. You know, that's what it is. It's discipleship. But we're just changing the terminology to apprentice. Every small group leader needs an apprentice leader. Every teacher needs an apprentice teacher. If we could just build that into the system, you double your leadership potential overnight with this farm team that you're creating. It's an easy, well, I better change that word. It's not easy to do. It's simple to do. But it takes tenacity to just keep at it until your people get it. Mentoring relationships. Crisis driven. Present leadership needs honesty. We're in trouble. We need help. Be honest about that. Hey, Ricky, I really need some help. That's what that pastor did at Prince of Peace Lutheran Church in Carrollton, Texas. Hey, Ricky, Lucy, I hate to ask you this, but I really need your help. The person who was supposed to stand here at the door today and hand out bulletins, it's crisis thing. I really need your help. Would you do this? I really need your help. You got to be honest about that. You really do. Create your crisis. If you don't have a crisis, create one. Share urgent ministry opportunities. Invite people to solve real problems. Create temporary leadership assignments. Celebrate those who step up during challenging sessions. Yeah. Always celebrate the people. Always celebrate the people. The church I'm in nowadays, the pastor celebrates everybody. He's always celebrating people for what they do. Thanking them. You know, when's the last time we did a catered thank you meal for all the volunteers in our church and said thank you for your commitment this year for serving in the church? A number of years ago, I was at David Jeremiah's church in San Diego. This is a number of years ago when the church wasn't quite as well known. And they had started a small group ministry. And at the end of the year, they always had a thank you meal catered for the small group leaders and their apprentices. The only people that could come to the meal were the leaders and their apprentices. And he invited me to speak one year. It was an honor to speak to the leaders and the apprentices. But basically, he stood up and said, I want to thank you folks for your commitment this year, for leading small groups and for helping lead small groups. And That meant the world to those people, you know. Are they coming back for another round of small groups? They're coming back. Why? Because they're appreciated. They're appreciated. So how do we thank people, you know? How long has it been since you pulled your leaders together for a special time and just thank them? Just thank them. The best thank you, a handwritten note, folks, a handwritten note. Not an email, not an email, but a handwritten note. I'll tell you, I don't know if Freddie was there in the days of Dr. Cook. Were you there in the days when Cook was president?
Just for
Yeah.
a few weeks, months maybe.
Yeah. Dr. Cook was the president of Biola for 25 years. People love that man. You know something? I would come into school sometimes, and there would be a small, what do they call those little notes? A4 size or A6 size or something. I would open that up, and it was a handwritten note from Dr. Cook. Gary, I saw that you had written an article in this magazine, and I just want to thank you for being so faithful to research at Biola University. Dr. Cook saw that. Now, maybe he didn't. Maybe he had assistants who were looking for that, and then they would come in and say, you know, one of our professors did this. But boy, a handwritten note from Dr. Cook, you know, not typed, handwritten, you know. Or if it was typed, it would be like a half a page typed and then a half a page just with a couple of sentences that he had written out, you know. I'll tell you, if the pastor gives somebody a handwritten note, thank you for being so faithful in leadership in our church, that means more than an email, I'll tell you. It doesn't matter how good your handwriting is. You know, I have every one of those letters from Dr. Cook in my files, every one of them. And I'll keep them, yeah, because they're handwritten. They're handwritten, you know. Thank your leaders. Thank your leaders. If leaders are appreciated, they stay there. If they're appreciated, they share that with other potential leaders too. Hey, this is a good place to work. You know, you're appreciated here. You know, they care about you. They thank you. Okay, well, that's real quick. It's not going to answer all the questions, I know. Maybe it just throws up some ideas to you, hopefully. We got a few minutes here. What thoughts, questions do you want to ask? Or if I can't answer them, Dr. Cardoza will. Now we're here. Hey.
How do you recognize and celebrate a leader as you kill a ministry that needs to die?
Okay, say that again. No?
How do you celebrate and recognize a leader as you kill a ministry they've been doing because it's had its time, it's no longer effective, they still want to do it, but you recognize maybe we don't have the volunteer hours, we're investing in this, it's not doing what we hoped it would do. So we want to phase it out, but we don't want to offend and hurt the leader who's been committed to it for so long.
Well, my first recommendation is don't cancel ministries, add new ministries, and then just slowly seek supporting the other ministry. But if you feel like that it's so visible or something that you have to acknowledge that, then you do that. You give them a plaque, you give them a letter with a gift card in it, and you, at an appropriate place, you say nice words about them, you bring them up, and you thank them for their years of ministry, you thank them for the service that they've had, and you just say in a general way, unfortunately, as years have gone by, this ministry is not attracting as many children as it used to, and the leadership has decided that we need to move in a different direction. But we want to make sure that you understand that we appreciate you and we love you and we thank you so much for of what you've done all these years. And you give a round of applause, and you thank them. You thank them. You do it as graciously and lovingly as you can, and you give them something. Give them an award, or give them a gift card or something, or a 3-day cruise to Ensenada, California, or whatever. Put the money behind it. Make sure they know they're appreciated. Yeah, absolutely. Christian churches, by the way, are not good at doing this. We're not good at that. Christian organizations in general are not good at that. Yes, sir, John.
How do we handle the toxic, very influential leaders among the church?
Handle the toxic, influential leaders in the church. Quickly. Quickly. So the biggest mistake leaders make is delaying confronting the issue, thinking that it'll go away. It doesn't go away, and it gets harder to confront the longer you let it go. So depending on your polity and depending on a lot of cultural issues, if you're the pastor, I would take somebody with me. I would go talk to them directly. I know in an Asian setting, sometimes you can't talk to them directly. So there's other issues involved in the Asian churches. But in more Western-sized churches, I think we need to go directly to them. We need to graciously name the issue and basically say, this needs to stop, or that you can no longer be in this position. We need to have courage to do that. If it's a real toxic situation, yes. We got to confront it. We got to deal with it. If you don't, it's just going to continue. It's going to get worse. They don't go away. Don't go away. But we typically delay too long. The way I like to put it is this way. You can have short-term pain and long-term gain. Or you can have long-term pain and short-term gain. So in my view, it's better to have short-term pain. It's going to be painful to confront that. But in the long run, it's a gain. It's a gain. Yes, sir.
How do you balance, like, the farm team go and recruit someone who's not doing anything to apprentice? With like a more like curated pipeline that requires kind of like graduated, like being shown to be faithful in a variety of different domains.
Yeah. Well, if you're doing the apprentice type approach, what you're going to do is you're going to pull your leaders together and you're going to advise them. You're going to say, okay, this is what we want to do. I want all of you to get an apprentice. But now who do we want for an apprentice? We're looking for someone who, first of all, has shown that they've led themselves. They're responsible. They're showing evidence of dependability. So we're starting at that lower level. We don't want to recruit somebody who is a project. We want, sometimes in churches we'll say, well, let's just put this person in this position and we'll work with them and they'll get better. No. Not if it's a character issue, emotional issue or something like that. So we're looking for a person who has shown the ability to, first of all, lead themselves. If they can't lead themselves, then we are not going to ask them to be an apprentice. And so you're starting at that low level like that. Um, If we see somebody who needs assistance and help, then we help them. We encourage them. We help disciple them in a way that they become emotionally more stable or more dependable, but we don't ask them to be the apprentice. So you just don't throw it out there to your leaders and say, get an apprentice. You pull them together, have a meeting, say, we're going to move in this direction. All of us have an apprentice, but who do we want to get? Okay. Don't get projects, get someone who's dependable. And then at least at that level, and then hopefully as an apprentice, then you're letting them help you. You're giving them assignments. And so maybe you're moving up to that second level where you're beginning to see, do they have the capability of leading other people? So you've got that in mind, that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 step model in mind, but you're doing it more individually, personally, with the person. But you have to coach your leaders on who to look for. And sometimes you have to help them find somebody too. Yeah. All right. I've always been told when the horse is dead, get off. I don't hear any questions coming. So it's been great to be with you. Thank you so much. If you'd like to follow me, there's some information on the notes there. Be glad to have you do that. I do have a free leadership letter that comes out every Tuesday if you'd like to sign up for it. And just go to churchgrowthnetwork.com. It'll be the first thing on the page. Just put in your email. And as a thank you, you will get in return the PDF on a nice PDF, actually well designed, with some ideas and questions and things like that on those 12 moments of truth. So thank you so much for coming. Yeah, do you guys think?
Ministry leaders, again, thank you for coming today. Events like this are sponsored by the Center for Thriving Leaders and our Proclamation Project. And so as we leave today, I do want to thank our team of Proclamation and Thriving Leaders, Adriana, Christian. Laura, is Laura out there? Couldn't do these events without our incredible team. As ministry leaders, I know you understand the importance of teams. And so they make great things like this happen. And our new team member, I think you met earlier, Jason Shields, who pastors in Huntington. And so he's the coordinator of our Proclamation Project. As we leave today, I want to encourage all of you, of course, here at Grace College and Seminary, our greatest passion is educating and equipping leaders. And so if we can help any of you continue with your education or anyone in your church, we would have the great delight to do that. I love online education. That's my piece. So if you're interested in online education, please reach out to me, and I'd love to help you with that. And as Dr. Cardoza said earlier, one of the things that the Center for Thriving Leaders has had the great privilege of doing over the last 4.5 years are events like this, here on this beautiful campus in Winona Lake. But we have also understood that there are some churches across America who can't possibly come here. And so we, as Dr. Cardoza said, we want to take this to them. And so we've started to do that. I think, Pastor Brown, we did one in your church a while ago. And we did something with Pastor Mental Health and so on and so forth. As Dr. Cardoza said, we've done it in Pennsylvania. We've done it in Columbus, Ohio. September, we'll be going to Florida. So if you want to join us in Florida, we're going to have a great time in Florida. And we're working on an event in Sacramento, California, Seattle, also another one up in Alaska. And we're currently putting one together, hopefully in Dallas, Texas, in Micah Johnson's church. And then also with Jason Fields and some churches over in the Auburn, Indiana area, we'll do an event as well. So if you are interested in your church location of doing a Center for Thriving Leader event, this is how it works. Get a hold of me and let me know what pastors in your area need. We're not going to dictate what you need. You tell us what you need further training in, anything biblical, theology, mental health, marketing, whatever it is. We will bring the best of the best to your location and have an event. And that's how it works. And so usually what we do with partnering is we pay for the expense of the minister, whoever we bring, lodging, flight, honorarium. If you guys want to provide a breakfast or a meal, that's up to you. But that's kind of how we partner with churches. So if you'd like to do something like that, please let us know. But we're taking the Thriving Leader events to your location. So that's our heart. Let's pray as we conclude today. Jesus, I love you so much. I thank you for ministry leaders and pastors. And Lord, I pray that this event today encourage. I pray that there are some tools that they can bring back home to their local congregations and staffs. That, Lord God, it's just a shot in the arm. And so, Holy Spirit, I ask you just to breathe new life upon their hearts, their ministries, their leaders, their congregations. And Lord, we just pray for Gary. Lord, just bless him tremendously. Give him vigor. Give him many more years of ministry. And we thank you for it in Jesus' name. Amen and amen. Dr. McIntosh's class, I believe you got to head back quickly over to class 147. Everyone else, thanks for coming. Yeah.
His throne. He touched my lips and made me whole. Exchanged my heart of stone for one of flesh and put life in my bones. And all I can say is, holy is he. Yeah, holy is he. He opened up my eyes and gave me spiritual sight.
All I can say is, holy is he, holy is he, holy is he, holy. All I can say is, holy is he, holy is he, holy is he, holy. All I can say is,
now that my eyes have seen your light, I just wanna stay and be